Alrighty. So, Tenebria time. As with the last few days as well. Right? And, yeah, you know what? Let's just actually tune this up a bit for the first few. So I'm wondering, right? I don't know, how many of you even knew that there was an event shop for this event? Like this right here. This pop-up store. How many of you even knew that this existed? Right? So, we are going to be able to get ourselves 3 autos. We're going to be able to buy ourselves 3 autos, which is pretty sweet. And, is this the gold? These better be the golden ones, right? No, it's the small. Why the fuck is it the small one? What do I do with 20 small ones? That's like 7 big ones. Oh no. Have I yet? I have yet to build a Rita X Tenebria, yeah. But at least I now know almost for a fact what should probably end up being similar to the strongest Tenebria build that you can build. As well as also more damage scaling, so on and so forth. So we're a bit smarter than before. But yeah, we can get ourselves these 3 mythic cores, which is nice. But yeah, Ray is just, she's just built different. What is this shop? The shop is if you go into the event, into the melody at the highest peak, and it's called the pop-up store. And then you can buy summons, you can buy some abyssal cores, which I think is awesome, some colorless cores, and stuff like that. You know what time it is, indeed. So yeah, yeah. Let's spend the first bit of discussing some of like the build things and whatnot. So first off, this right here, pretty much. I mean, if you wanted to take it that one step further, you could like keep the Ray upgrade basic in for like the 40% damage bonus to 1 cost or below cards, but it really doesn't change much. So you could also end up cutting it. It's kind of like same. But yeah, sure. Let's put it back in. Why not? I think it was darkness something, right? Yeah, resonating darkness. So like damage of 1 cost or lower cards. So there you go. This is pretty much going to be. Hey, why is there one basic less in here? Okay, let me redo this thing then. All right, let's. It's not that bad. Snack time also. Snack time could be either the select and exhaust up to, because select and exhaust up to means you do not have to exhaust, right? These ones are bad, like choose to exhaust and select and exhaust. You don't want any of those, but any of the other 3 are fine. Doesn't really make a difference which ones actually ends up being. Here we said the 1 cost or lower. Predator's Blade can go, or needs to go. Dark Condensation needs to go. And then Strike of Darkness, we obviously want 3. One of them is going to be the 150 version at 0 cost. The other one is going to be the Draw 1 version at 0 cost. Obviously, they don't have to be 0 cost, because you could also go for... What the fuck is its name? I only know how it looks. I don't know its name. I know it's the triangle. Multifaceted Parallel Universe Nexus. The most complicated, convoluted name you'll ever see. But yeah, you could try and rely on something like this to activate any of these 2 lead cards for you. Or you could go for an engraving, where you go for discard, and then it's... When a lead card of this unit is discarded, activated at 1 time per turn, right? So, those would be those. And then, no, the key card is indeed going to be Attack! Exclamation mark. And the reason for that is because Attack! Exclamation mark itself is a neutral card that costs you 20 and at minimum will allow you to replace itself with whatever you need. Be it Strikes of Darknesses to get more damage boosts, be it a Arpeggio to start an Arpeggio chain. So there's a multitude of things you can find with an Attack! Exclamation mark, right? And then also, it will always give you 1 morale, right, at base. So It's a bit more damage. Doesn't really make the most of a difference, but it gives you a bit more. And then because you're running this raid together with the Tenebria, you have a lot of space to do some fancy stuff. Like, for example, make it so that Ray all of a sudden is able to generate 3 AP. And then there you go, right? And then there you go. What planet is best to farm to Tene save data? Yes, you could say just in terms of raw gear, you are going to find the best on the green planet, on the Swamp of Judgment with the Season 3 save data tag. But you're going to get a couple more opportunities in terms of divine cards and the like if you play on Seasonal Planet. So it's between Seasonal Planet and Swamp of Judgment. Swamp of Judgment has a bit higher gear quality, but you can still get unlucky there. Whereas you can also still find some really good gear, especially because you get a couple more chances at the engraving perks on the Seasonal Planet, right? Could I look at your Tenebria build and tell you what you could do about it? Where did you put it? Where did you put it? So we know where to look. Ah, this one. Okay, let's have a look. Let's see. So, what do we have here? We have a decrease one of those cards until used 2 at 3 copies. Then we have 2 different column responses. An encore with the upgrade and photo time. So, I don't know if you should go to the planet though. I don't know if you should go to the Void planet just to get the basic attack ring. I don't know if that's worth it. Like, for example, you'd probably be better off just getting a persona instead, right? So getting the persona, getting the 60% bonus on the persona is pretty damn good. In terms of epiphanies, all of these epiphanies are technically fine. Usually you want 4 copies of Spotlight, not Call and Response. But no, what really sets Tenebria apart is the fact that if you want to use it at full effectiveness, you need Divines, right? You just need Divines. That is just how Tenebria goes, because she gives you all this safe data space and now you gotta do something with it. Alright, so, right, this would be like the best Tenebria support pretty much. You have 3 AP, you have 3 AP, 3 morale, 40% flat bonus, and then the 330% basic attack bonus. And then technically the ability to exhaust whatever, depending on... And one of the interesting things is, technically with the Ray you can stretch things even further, because if you use something like a snack time, specifically the select and exhaust from the draw pile, you could potentially keep in even her skill card and then just exhaust it with snack time. That is at least a possibility, right? But overall, this right here is pretty much going to be the best Tenebria support. At least when it comes to the Arpeggio build, right? If you want to build the Arpeggio build, if you want her to do these like 200, 250, 300,000 damage turns, then this is kind of what you need. Isn't combo better than reduced cost? It doesn't really make much of a difference, right? Like if you can get combo, which you specifically are mainly only able to get from like, that's the thing, right? Combo you'll only really get from the god, and getting it requires you to for sure play on the season planet, right? But yeah, if you can get combo, sure, get combo. It doesn't really make a difference. Like, combo makes it 0 cost makes it 0 cost. It's pretty much the same thing. Hey, you're happy to announce it's your first time reaching your top 10 on the Great Rift? Ooh, that's flashy, that's fancy. So, that's pretty much right. Like, this is the kind of Ray you'd aspire to build if you want the most out of a Tenebria, right? And then here we have no, let's actually move this over first. And then here we have like the 2 versions, or maybe I guess 3 versions you could say, in which you're able to pull off the like best Arpeggio build, if you will, right? And you have 2 options, right? You either go with the base, select and move up to 2 rhythm cards to hand, and then activate those cards with the reduced cost divine. Or you go with the Spotlight, with the select up to 3 rhythm cards from among draw pile and graveyard, move those to the top of the draw pile. both of them are pretty much equally as good, even though I think in terms of damage, you might be able to get slightly ahead with this Spotlight, because this Spotlight allows you to play out 3 Arpeggio cards, the 2nd, the 5th, and the 6th, and this one plays you Spotlight itself for damage, and then the 5th and the 6th. And I think the first card with all the ray buffs does more damage than a standard Spotlight. So technically in terms of like more damage, Spotlight ends up being better. Yeah, but that Spotlight can't get vulnerable as a divine. So you'd go ahead and do what? 2 vulnerable to the target on the 2 cost. I mean, if you can afford it, right? I mean, if you can go out of your way and somehow afford it to stay 2 cost and apply double vulnerable for the 50% final damage multiplier, then sure, right? If you can make that happen, I mean, yeah, why not? Let's keep one of the versions as the 2 cost with vulnerable. Why not? It's an approach for sure. It's just at the end of the day, AP gotta come from somewhere, right? But yeah, so here you'd either have the option to go with reduce cost by 1, or I guess vulnerable 2. And here you'd have the option to do treat it as a common card, so you can draw all the different Spotlights. Or you could go with gain 1 AP, which would then give you 1 AP. Both of them end up in a similar scenario, though depending on how you look at it, this Spotlight will cost you nothing, give you 1 AP, and then cost 1 AP for the combo. So this entire Spotlight combo costs nothing if you do 1 AP. Or the entire combo costs you 1, but also draws you another Spotlight. Where on the other hand, this one will only always ever cost you 1 without any other benefits. And I guess this one would cost you 2, but it would make 2 vulnerable. You can afford it. The number 1 scorer has that setup. Yeah, but that's Great Rift. That is fucking Great Rift. That doesn't really have anything to do with like people properly building a deck. And I mean, let me have a look at. No, wait, we're not even far enough in the story. That usually happens to me. The point where we like on day 1 do everything but play the story, which is why it always takes me a bit to unlock the Great Rift itself. But no, I think I also heard he's using a save data that is technically having illegal save data rules. Or on the other hand, it's not like it's that easy getting a double Eternal Hunger near, because you'd have to play Season 1 and you have to find the rare copy event to copy the Eternal Hunger, right? Like it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, right? But yeah. Right, like there's a couple options you can go with, and then here this Tenebria is here just forever. But yeah, something I really want to build, not necessarily because it's going to be the strongest build ever, but just because I think it's pretty cool. I definitely want to build this Maylin with her Unity of Attack and Defense. I'm still not too sure. Maybe it's going to be gain 1 AP, maybe treat it as a common card. Whatever happens first, right? I'm not really too bothered by it. Then we have the Passion multiplier. We have the crit chance multiplier. We have the for 1 turn each passion card used extra hit, and then also the damage increase persona. And then we're going to be using Crescendo Music Start with 0 cost Spotlight that also makes one of the other cost 0, and then due to Crescendo only costing 1, this entire like interaction only costs us 1 AP on this Spotlight end. And then, yeah, in terms of persona, it really comes down to 2 of them, right? One of them draws you 1, and the other one requires you to discard. It really depends a bit more on personal preferences, I guess. Yeah, like I'm not going to go out of my way and build a Tenebria for Great Rift. We all know Great Rift is you go out of your way to specifically build according to the rules of the content. In my opinion, Great Rift doesn't really have anything to do with how you should build a character. It's its own game mode at the end of the day, right? Just because a certain build works best in Great Rift doesn't make it the best build available for the character, right? Nor is there such a thing as like a best build. The only thing you need to do is beat whatever content you need to beat once, and the rest after that is whatever, right? No, all good. All good. It is all fine. I mean, who knows, right? It's still, at the end of the day, it's sweet information, right? Like, even thinking about, like, at the end of the day, it requires a certain set of balls to be running a 2-cost spotlight that does not draw, that costs you 2, just so you can apply 2 vulnerable, just so you can hit that much harder, right? You used my duplicate call on your Nia because the deck is so worth it on any modes. You mean a double Eternal Hunger Nia? Yeah, I mean, I guess so. It does allow you to get a rather ridiculous amount of draw plus AP. It's just in terms of damage boosting. But then again, hey, if you can get the damage boosting settled with something else, and then you just need a bunch of AP or draw, then yeah, that is the best way to go, right? But yeah, that is pretty much that right here. I really do want to build Crescendo Tenebria as well. And then something else I found interesting. Let me see. Something else I found interesting is just the interaction between rhythm cards and the blessing tag. And then potentially using something like a rhythm card to draw a rhythm card, to draw a rhythm card, to draw a rhythm card, because all of them have blessing. What's cooking? What's cooking so far? Nothing much. I'm debating. Like, I know for a fact I'm going to do a bunch of auto runs. Like, we're going to do a bunch of auto runs to see what we can get. Because I don't really want to play that much sortie just to, like, perfect a couple decks. I'd rather just do a run and get the perfect deck. I know it's a little audacious. But yeah, at the end of the day, we have 3, right? We have 3 auto runs that we bought just here. And then I still need to finish another sortie. right here, so that we can get 3 more, which would give us 6. And then we have another attempt for the free attempt today. So we could be doing 7 runs. And then those 7 runs, we'd probably split between trying to get like a halfway workable Mei Lin base. Getting some, like, we have a lot of Tenebria decks that if I wanted to, I could spend a bunch of like stamina on sortie and then fix up. Like, for example, look at this. This one is the one we've been like, or I guess this one is what I built on an auto run yesterday. I think this one's pretty sweet. If I really wanted to invest like the resources to make it happen, I have to probably spend, let's say, 16 to 24,000. I'd change this call and response into a different one. I'd have to obviously change this one into a different music start. And then maybe change this encore also into a different one. And then maybe, okay, let's say maybe like 30,000. Because I'd also have to potentially try and get like a divine on encore. But what I like about this is this right here. So we have an Amorphous Cube with 25% haste card damage. A Nightmare Hairpin with 25% haste damage. And then we also have a Cthulhu Gun with a bit more of a weird haste card bonus. This one's not as important, but we do have the 18% benefit. And then we also have the 1 AP Divine on Spotlight, which, you know, I've seen worse, right? Then in terms of like another AP or I guess reduced cost Spotlight, if I ever wanted to, I could go ahead and just swap out this Spotlight into any other version. Right, like with a unique re-epiphany, I could just swap this Spotlight into, let's say, the 2-cost Spotlight to make it 1 cost. So I could try to potentially work on that. Here we have a Spotlight. Like, whenever I need like a Spotlight that has the treated as a common card epiphany, I already have 4 copies of that lying around. So that's not too bad. Though I have to admit the perks here aren't the strongest, right? Perks here aren't the strongest, and the persona is only like half finished. Yeah, that's on the card, you know, it's whatever, right? At least we also have a nice draw one on this encore, so nah. Then we have this one, which is the spotlight we've basically invested the most amount of points in. So this used to be a different spotlight base, but now all of them have treated as a common card. And yeah, I changed this call and response. I could think about, again, changing it away or changing it back or whatever. But if I pay attention, I don't actually need to change this call and response. So the only thing I could potentially do here would be maybe using something like a removal card to get rid of photo time if I truly want it. In terms of perks, yeah, we have the additive perk, which really isn't the greatest for like, yeah, the damage increases for Tenebria. You'd rather look for something multiplicative. This one here I think is just fun. I'm not too sure what this deck could ever do or where I would ever use it, but look at this. We have the 0 cost draw 2 with 1 AP 4 times. Then we have the call and response draw 2, the encore draw 1, and then the draw 1 persona. So I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what this thing is ever meant to do, but I don't know. I thought the card looked fun when we got that doing one of the runs. Yeah, this one here is just whatever. I think this one here is not as important as well, and then like most of these are just runs where like something went wrong. Would a gearback be worth it on a Tenebria? If you want to min-max, you go for 5 divine cards instead, but if not, sure, you could do like 4 divine copies and then a gearback. Just always keep in mind, gearback is a one-time thing. It one time draws you and then it's gone. The most you could maybe squeeze out it could be potentially something like 1 morale, you know? Have I tried that 6-hitter 4x copy plus photo time morale Tene build? Oh, so you mean... So you mean just like a simple multi-hit Tenebria build where your goal is to do call and response 6-hitter plus then multiplicative bony? So you do like 4 copies of this call and response when a rhythm card is activated, and then maybe something like move rhythm cards, or maybe even draw 2, none of the rhythm cards discard. I don't know, it's just, I think this deck, at the end of the day, the problem at the moment just starts to become everybody just wants to see bigger and bigger numbers. So there always is like the thing where it just like crystallizes one thing to be a bit more useful than the other, right? But no, I think there could also be something interesting, at least, with this 840% base call and response. But no. Yeah, I really want to make Crescendo work. I really want to make it Crescendo work. Arpeggio, we know how that works. Staccato is just like... I mean... Why? You know, right? Fortissimo could be interesting. We could try and make like a Fortissimo deck. And then I kind of want to do like a base rhythm deck. Not too sure what the approach would be there, but I like base rhythm. Base rhythm is kind of cute. What I think what all of us would like is we need a way to reliably apply Quietus to the Fortissimo deck just to make it a little more fun. I just got back into the game. What is the way to get 160 worth of points again for decks? What is optimal? Oh, you want to do 180. So... it depends. Like, you're talking about the average, right? Let's talk about a standard deck. So, a standard deck these days will always try to aim towards 180. Let me see if I can find a good example. Alright, let's just go with this, right? Like a standard deck nowadays will always try to aim for 180. The way you do 180 is simple. You can cut all the 3 basics, which is going to cost you 60 save data. And then you can copy 3 times. You can see how it says copy 3 out of 3. You can copy the same card 3 times, which is going to be 40 save data cost. And then you make 4 of these cards divine, which is going to be in itself 80. So it's going to be 60 plus 80 plus 40, making it 180. So in terms of almost every character, you're going to want to get rid of all the basics, have 1 card or whatever card combination 4 times, and then you can have a couple of these cards be a divine. The reason why this one is not divine is because personas are pretty damn strong, so you have to make 20 save data space somewhere, which is why this one is not divine, and in exchange there's a persona in here. How do you get the 180 points of space? Oh, 180 points of space, there is 2 ways to do it, right? So the standard way, come on, load up. So the standard way is just you play something on, any second now. It's being a little stubborn. There you go, right? Tier 15 base world, you go the tier plus 1 because you're going to end up playing on Nightmare. So tier 15 becomes tier 16. And then plus 20, so 16 times 10 is 160. But basically, you take the tier, multiply it by 10, and then add 20 on top. So, if you play at a 15 plus 116, 160 plus 20, 180. Or, you play at a lower difficulty and use Sortie. So, Sortie gives you the ability to edit a deck. So, for example, you could buy a core like this, and that allows you to apply a divine to a deck, even though the deck is already done with the run, which is going to then allow you to always go up to the 180 save data limit. So that's pretty much that, right? It allows you to, regardless of what difficulty you've played, always go to the maximum 180. Was this a paid question? I don't think so. I mean, if it was, then I'm not the one that paid for it. So, yeah, let's finish a sortie run with Tenebria. Then let's figure out who we want to auto-run to see if we can maybe get some smart decks. And if not, we might just have to do the boring thing. And the boring thing is going to be figuring out which deck we want to enhance with sortie currency. So Chaos 8, tier 15, got it in an edited deck after. Yeah, like any world at tier 15 and edit the deck after, or you can get the 100 save data, 180 points during the run itself, right? But you can also play on a lower difficulty where the cap is only, let's say, 140, and then just add things in later after the run to go to the 180. Alright, I want to see a mail-in, please. I want to play together with the mail-in. Yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before, that wasn't meant to be. But this time is going to be different. This time is going to be different. Give us a mail-in. Make me happy. Come on. No. 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 Sadness. Alright. Adelheid it is. I do like the combination between Tenebria Adelheid though. So it's not the worst thing ever. And then we do the path where we can fight double elites and life will be good. Double elites campfire early can work out. Let's get it. The goat showed up, yeah. Hi Nupia, so I lost a 50-50 on the Tenebria and kind of noticing Tressa being a bit Any advice on who you should think? Yeah, let me copy the link real quick. And we can have a look. So, beep, bop, boop, bam, display. Okay, so you are looking at your account and you're wondering who you should sync? This lovely lady right there. You can just go ahead and sync Adelheid, or you could sync Cassius, or if you are going to go out of your way and know that you're going to get Tenebria at some point, you could also sync Rey. But yeah, I'd probably go with either Adelheid, Cassius, Rey, or maybe Nia. But hey, Adelheid's nice. You got a Veronica there already. Did you pick up Veronica from your 200 selector? Like the 200 reroll only starting character one, if you know what I mean? Time to shine. Is there a way to remove a Divine Epiphany from a card with the saves edit? Yes, but the only way to do it is by... Okay, you need to have a look at your card and you need to see, does any of the Epiphanies have a different card type? So, for example, are all the Epiphanies attack cards? Then you're cooked. But if all of the Epiphanies are, let's say, attack cards, but one of them is a skill card, then yes, you can make it happen. And the way you do it is you first change the Epiphany into something that's exclusive to the type. So think about it like this. An attack card can have an attack percentage multiplier. So you can get a divine that says increase attack amount by 30%. If you then swap it into a skill card, the skill card doesn't have an attack multiplier, meaning that the divine is gone, right? So you need to find a divine that's exclusive to the type. It's for example easiest to think of it. Just add random epiphany first and a divine will be lost. That would only work if the base epiphany is of a different card type than the divine epiphany. But yeah, it's pretty much the same approach, right? Like you check, okay, what epiphany do I have? What's the base epiphany? Different card types, yes or no? Or is there a different card type anywhere available between the card and then, huh? I tried, but the count show 180 even if divine is lost in the preview. Yeah, but you just do it and then it's gone. Like, even though it says it's still 180, it will go lower the moment you do it. It's a bit confusing, it's a bit annoying, but it works. I've tested it before and nothing has changed since. So you don't have to worry. It actually works even though it doesn't say it does. It's confusing, but blame the devs, I don't know. But yeah, it does work. The fact that your Tenebria outclasses your E6 Heightmary in terms of damage is crazy? Not quite. Your Tenebria can outdamage your Heightmary exactly in one turn. And that is during the turn where she uses her ego skill. Every other turn, Heightmary is gonna outdamage your Tenebria. And that's the way it goes, right? But yeah, she can absolutely compete or outclass a Heightmary during her ultimate turn. Yeah. Oh yeah, and also shout out Rey. Without Rey, Tenebria wouldn't be doing nearly as much damage. Like Tenebria, Rey, like Tenebria, Arpeggio plus Rey is just, yeah. It's not very kind. It's not very nice. That's pretty much what that is. Is Rey gonna get a nerf? No. Also, Tenebria is not breaking the game. She is good in Great Rift, as is any other character that releases during the time of a Great Rift. Like, I wouldn't even be so sure what you'd be referring to as her breaking the game, right? Time to shine. You don't understand how to use Tenebria's ult? So, Tenebria's ult is relatively simple. You use it, and then that means your next 7 cards, your next 7 rhythm cards you play will give you a stacking and permanent damage bonus of up to 49%. and then the next 7 after. So let's say it like this. You're in the tower and you're in wave 4. Towards the end of wave 4, you activate the Tenebria ult, just so you can play a couple rhythm cards, get already a bit of a damage bonus, and then you move into wave 5. Now then, when you finish the damage bonus part, the next 7 cards will get a double hit. So you kind of want to line it up in a way that whenever or wherever you want to do your damage, you preferably want to like either use it at the beginning of their turn or even in the turn earlier already, and then get the double hit to do big boy damage. You dislike that the card sounds are similar to Nia? I didn't listen to it that closely. Shout time to shine, then click the ultimate. You know, that actually also works. But that's like the top secret pro trick that nobody tells you about. Bahahaha. What are they gonna do to me? Caligo Epiphany. But I'm gonna mutate. Say less, let's go! That wasn't the smartest. But come on, give me something nice. Ooh, 3 morale is not that bad. Discard 1 random cards of the combatant. That works. Love Tenebria, man. Smile Gay Cook. They did do a very good job with her kid. Especially because she plays so differently in terms of building an actual deck and then running her in sortie. Whoa. So we need to make sure that the target has already acted, and then boom, 50% crit chance. That's huge. How's the fail count going? It's stumbling around. There never was any intent to like make it like a second perfect account and whatnot. It's been a few days since I logged in. I mean, I'm gonna make sure that maybe I do a bit more the closer we get to like the fail release. But by no means this is like a great focus of mine. You really enjoy playing with Sortie with her, as you should. You just did the tower 150 easy with her, Ray and Vero. Yeah, it is kind of nuts. Like the fact that Ray is everything and more that you could ever need from a Tenebria in terms of being a damage booster. Like for a Tenebria in terms of being a damage booster, and then the other one can just simply be a bit more AP, a bit more healing, a bit more draw, whatever you end up needing. It is kind of, it's kind of crazy. What's the final opinion on Faye? Faye is probably gonna be in the realm of like Tenebria in terms of power level. I'd expect as much. It's just, it's like she's gonna be in that like 9 Tenebria Serenial Hyde Mary realm, right? It's just that she's very selfish. So she is at her core a true hyper carry. She doesn't really do much for the rest of the team. She doesn't really transform anyone. She doesn't really open up any special builds that weren't possible before. So pretty much. Oh, but she is an X-cost combatant, which is not something we've seen before. Like, sure, there were some characters that had some X-cost cards, but she is a true X-cost combatant. So that is at least something very unique about her in that regard. Didn't pull for other hype because lowly and found she's S tier support. Is my account cooked? You can get around without having an Adelheid. Like in terms of like straight up strengths, it's mostly revolving around. Like in Sortie, she's really good, right? But no, it's mostly revolving around defensive teams. That's where she has like a bigger impact. And then also, let's see. Like she can be a draw engine. But you could also just end up using a Veronica and you're not going to notice as much of a difference. So, it's not like your account is cooked just because you didn't go for her, but it was always kind of clear from the beginning that she was going to end up being good regardless. Adelaide E6 would be like a Veronica and a Faye combined. Now that's going a bit too far. Like a Veronica and a Ray combined? No, that's just going a bit too far. But yeah, you could say it like higher dupes. She has inbuilt damage buffing that a Veronica wouldn't have, for example. Just came back. Any tips? Is Serenia still good? Everybody likes to forget about Serenia and be like, oh no, Serenia got power crapped into hell and back. But at the end of the day, nobody's really used Serenia since the Persona season come out. So it's hard to like make a judgment on her. But no, you should still be able to use Serenia to beat absolutely everything in the game. It's just, especially with how Great Rift works, you won't really get around it. Like, Great Rift is always going to be heavily favoring whichever character released before, right? That's just the way how Great Rift is always pretty much going to go. Forget my Serenia didn't have Season 3 save data. I also haven't even built a Season 3 Serenia. I should, but there's so much to do, so many things to look at, so many combos to explore that you just end up forgetting, you know? Personas for Serenia is just bad. She's a hunter without bullets. Yeah, but remember, there's a persona that gives a 120% additive damage bonus on top of a 60% multiplicative damage bonus. Where, let's just make sure we don't end up dying here. It'd be a bit unfortunate. Do I have any intention to do like big shielding at some point? What would I get if I draw blessing cards? Maybe a draw too, but it's alright, he's gonna hit me. Is she just emoting on the enemies? Yeah, Tenebria is having a lot of fun. If you look at her animations and such, she's not really taking it as seriously as you would expect her to. Okay, and then I guess we're just gonna heal up. I played Serenia a little, she's still good, it's just that it's more of the same, so why bother? What do you mean it's more of the same, why bother? Like, if you like Serenia as a character, then you can just play Serenia and that's the end of the story, right? And that's just how it goes. Like, you like Serenia, play Serenia. Don't like Serenia, don't like Serenia. Or don't play Serenia, no? There's not much about like, oh, it's more of the same. Like, every character at the end of the day just wants to do enough damage to kill whatever you're facing, right? Regardless of how they do it, that's what it's mostly always going to come down. Tene exhausts basic cards of other combatants and makes those her own cards, right? Not quite. Not quite. So, Tenebria has 6 different ways of transforming the cards, okay? So the standard one gives 2 to her and then 2 to everybody she's taken the basics away from, right? And then she has one version that just gives it to herself, okay? So Arpeggio takes all basics and gives 6 cards to herself, whereas all the other 5 versions take all basics and give 2 of each to everybody that got them taken away. And the reason why I'm not just saying 2 of each to 3 characters, because during sortie runs, she actually gives out 8. So during sortie, you end up with 4 characters, which means all 4 of them get 2 basics, leading to then her giving away, I guess you could say, 8 cards. I should have cut the debuff. Yeah. You should have cut the debuff. Hey, Spotlight, let's go. Another protectors? Maybe not. Okay, we could go with like a Spotlight Divine, or we could go with a Protect Us Divine. Give me a Divine Spotlight then. Retain. Damage amount. When attacked, activate this card. Okay, we can work with that. That could make it 6 cost if I play my cards correctly. Yes, you're right, but to rephrase, this season doesn't really change her playstyle, and you mostly just want to spam your 0 card cost as much as you can. That's why she is strong for this season, just samey. This season doesn't really change the playstyle of anybody. This season just gives you a better damage bonus for everyone, making everyone stronger. Is what I would say. Right? Like, I don't think anybody gets like their entire playstyle or whatever majorly transformed this season. What do you think is the best version of a Spotlight if you wanted to pair her with the Shizuru? Oh, of Spotlight? I mean, the question is what kind of... Right? Like, first you gotta ask yourself, what kind of rhythm are you going with? Because based on the rhythm, certain Spotlights are better than others. So the real question would be, what kind of rhythm should you be using? Alright, let's make sure we get rid of this debuff, because this could get annoying rather quickly. Uh-huh, 3 cost, awesome. Alright, and then... the problem is we don't really want this guy to attack us, so... Maybe we should not do that. Kinda think Arpeggio, no? I mean, Arpeggio is gonna be very Tenebria centric, and then if you're gonna run an Arpeggio deck anyway, then at that point you're just gonna go with the Spotlight synergy that benefits Arpeggio, right? Like, the Spotlight synergies that benefit Arpeggio the most are either gonna be this 0 cost here or this 2 cost here. Like, these two are the best Arpeggio options. Whereas if you're going for anything that's not Arpeggio, you should either go with this one that moves 2 and decreases the cost of 1, especially with, for example, like the base rhythm. And then this one here that just moves 3. But, or you could, I guess you could even go for the standard Spotlight version. Because remember, this Spotlight creates a Spotlight that's 0 cost that still moves an attack card. And makes it cost 0, so it'd be at least very AP efficient. Yeah, I think Crescendo's really cool if you don't want to just do Tenebria main DPS, but like actually 2 other characters that do damage. I've been trying to run Fermata and your AP management is all over the place. Yeah, I mean, for Fermata, it just depends on which... it all comes down to the base question, right? If you run Fermata, Fermata just means, okay, use one of these and get quicker access to one of those. So the question is, when you're running Fermata, once again, do you go with the rhythm so that you only use one of them but can play all the others by getting them into your hand as fast or as often as possible? Do you do this one that just makes it so that at minimum all rhythms will at least only cost you 1? Or do you do this one where they all just cost 1, but you need to make sure you do staccato something else, staccato something else, staccato? Or this one where you want to get all of them in hand and specifically activate Fortissimo instead of playing it so that it doesn't discard the rest of your linked cards. Yeah. Also, why is this so loud? Oh, I remember now. We upped the audio a bit because we wanted to hear the lobby song at the beginning. Super. I mean, what do you think? Is this a good amount of points for level 80 stage 0? Like 2268, or obviously plus the 454 if you have the plus 20% pass. Like 2600 for 2 characters. I don't even know if Adelheid's still boosted this week, but Tenebria at least is. And also this is the first boss, so like the next 2 bosses have like a higher point multiplier. Your idea was Ray would boost the basic attack, Shizuru would have the 0 cost only Divine Hands. Now, yeah, the problem with that is, where? Where do you get the draw in this team? In this Shizuru, Tenebria, Ray team, where do you get the draw to be able to play not only the Ray cards for the damage buff, but the Shizuru cards for the Moonslash creation and the Arpeggio and the connected Arpeggio spam cards, right? Like, I think every time you want to use 2 characters together that aren't all just focused on making Tenebria work, then you probably want want like a rhythm card that allows you to get benefits for both characters. But yeah. Endless Greed. 200 credits per 100 credits, a 3% attack card damage bonus up to 100%. Which means you'd have to get 3,300 credits. I mean, why not? We have 1,000 already. So we're getting currently a 30% attack boost. Come on. Okay. Yeah, Nia, but just because Nia is featured. Sure. We should be able to afford taking a Nia with us. Okay, Divine. Probably to check the top 3 and select one to activate. And then here... Okay, sure. Maybe we're going to go with the healing Adagio. You never know when you need some clutch healing. I just joining. I was thinking of building a Maylin for when I get a Tenebria. What be the build? I have it here, or at least that is the build I'd be thinking of if I was to use the 2 of them together. Here, let me show you. So we'd start off with Maylin. We'd start off with a Maylin that has the move with either gain 1 AP or treat it as a common card, whatever you get your hands on, right? Then we have the Rising Dragonspire that gets hit count per passion card used. The Flame Dragon's Jewel, which gives us crit chance increase. And the Spirit of the Aromata, which gives us the damage increase per passion card used. As well as also a Persona of Obsidian, which gives us damage amount to attack cards of this unit in hand. As well as a 5 hit count. Yeah. So that'd be Maylin. And then Tenebria would be Crescendo Rhythm. So the green one. Plus Spotlight, 0 cost, move to reduce cost of 1 by 2 until activated. 4 times. Then a call and response. I don't know, I think there's a couple options, but probably the draw 2 rhythm card call and response when you activate a rhythm card. And then Encore probably the cost reduction encore plus hit count increase encore. And then in terms of personas, you either go with the discard 2 or the draw 1. But the most important one is this one down here. The 60% increase multiplicatively. Is she a must pull? No. Tenebria is really good, but by no means is she a must pull. If there's anything you don't like about her kit or whatever it might be, then you can just, yeah, not summon for her. Because keep in mind, we are getting, again, right? We're getting Fae after as well. We are getting whatever happens in Season 4. We are also, at this point, only 4 months away from the anniversary. So there's always something else to save for, somebody else to build, somebody else to get. So she is by no means must get. Her lobby screen is enough to pull. Her lobby screen is enough to pull. But I can almost guarantee you, most of the characters that will be available at any point in time will always gonna be worth to pull, even if it's just to collect the lobby screen. Right? Like you can find 1,000 reasons for 1,000 different people why they would be worth the summons. So the Arpeggio version doesn't work with Mei Lin moving cards, right? Yeah, because Mei Lin can only move her own cards. But it's good like this, because otherwise Mei Lin wouldn't be working with her own kit, which would be pretty shit. Like, Mei Lin wouldn't be able to work with herself, which would be pretty sad. Yep, best sortie core. Highly recommended for sortie. I would still say Hyde Mary is better in sortie than a Tenebria is. And I don't really think there's much that anybody could do to change my mind on that. We didn't want to spend the credits. By spending the credits, we're losing damage. I'm choking. But no, I still think Hyde Mary is better. But she is really good for sortie. Like, she is really, really good for sortie. It's just that Hyde Mary is probably a bit better. She good with Naja? Naja is good with Tenebria, yes, not the other way around. Maybe do I want to change something else here in this turn? Nah. We're gonna be fine. Alright, let's get the shield retain. Oof, big damage. Big ouch. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I think we can discard this rhythm. We can probably rather safely discard this card. And then here we should be able to hit this guy. And hit this dude. Yeah, and then our next rhythm should be to hit us. Who would be next character? Faye. Faye is the character right after Tenebria. Anything past that, we have no idea. Oh, that was kind of cute. If you give Adelheid a double hit, she summons multiple animals to attack. You don't really see that often, do you? Like a standard Adelheid card that does like multi-hits? Huh. Saving for the next male character. You know, there's at least a chance that we get a male character before the end of the year. Right? I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen. I'm just gonna say there's at least a chance, okay? There's at least a chance that we're gonna see such a thing. Faye is Void. Faye is a Void Ranger. Please be Lewis, you need him. Yeah, I mean, they at least said they're working, right? They at least said they're working on a male character. There's at least one being planned / discussed. So it's higher than 0. When that character will be released, who knows. What be the best build for Tenebria? The best build would definitely be the Arpeggio build. And it would probably look something like this. There's 2 versions that you can go with. So the 2 versions would be either this. The bottom left spotlight is just a different divine. It doesn't matter which of the divines you get between the 2. Or this one, which is same base, same idea, different base epiphany, right? Like here it'd be reduced cost, and this one here is again like a different divine option that you could also multiply. And then this one here would be the Ray deck that you'd want to build with this. And keep in mind, no, you do not need 3 times attack exclamation mark. It could also only be like 2, or maybe even just 1 of them. But the more you can get of them, the more value you can squeeze out of a Ray. Yeah. I need a mail so I have time to save. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. My Naja Tenebria deck, have I considered building one? Naja Tenebria deck is easy but difficult. Alright, sure, let's try and put together a Naja Tenebria deck. So the thing is, this Naja Tenebria deck you do not want to use with Arpeggio, and that is because additive damage boni don't really do the most for Arpeggio, right? They just don't scale as well. So here we probably go with the 3 Veracity base version. This voluntary control we're definitely gonna turn into the basic attack card plus Veracity gain 1. This one right here, we're not really interested in breaking the enemies, so we'll most likely go with mealtime heal or maybe just cut it. It's kind of same. Same with mealtime either stays or it gets cut. It's whatever. And then Shackles of Hunger. Yeah, we could probably go with the Retain so we can use it as like a one-time damage bonus. And then here we have... And then obviously the option to go with a Persona. And then that Persona is usually going to be the defense-based damage action count times 2. Plus the 15% per Lux engraving. And then we have the option to obviously go 4 hungers. And then the hungers are going to usually be something like draw 1. And then... there you go. That is pretty much a Naja for Tenebria. Like this. Probably something like this would be what you'd be aiming for if you were to build a Naja for a Tenebria. I'm just waiting on the day Rita gets some love. Oh yeah, absolutely. What does the symbol below Adelheid stress bar mean? That symbol only starts working when you get a E2 and beyond, I believe. So only when you go to E2 and beyond does this symbol actually do anything. It's like a different stack count that only goes up once you have E2 or higher Adelheid. So yeah, not that relevant for you, unless you got that. Adelheid got some big shields. Some big shields. Would a Faye be better than a Tenebria? It's hard to say better, but Faye is a very selfish hyper DPS, whereas Tenebria does something unique that nobody else does, and that is interact with basics and also allow you to build decks that have more divines due to being able to keep in the basics, right? So Tenebria just does something that nobody else does, and that is give your teammates alongside of her more safe data space, and or also open up the ability to just play a variety of different basic attack related decks, whereas Faye is a hyper carry, selfish, X cost adjacent, single target, multi-hit machine. It's a bit hard to predict how much damage a Faye is going to be able to do at the top end, but it is definitely not going to be few. It is going to be some sweet numbers and some clean animations. But yeah, she has the ability to be a reliable X+1 combatant. Or X cost combatant. Oi, look at this! That shit's fancy. That shit is fancy. What happens if I discard this? Huh. I should have thought of that. Okay, that is interesting. Adelheid confirms something pretty weird. This Adelheid interaction just confirmed that when somebody puts a card into your deck, they become part of your team. So this right here said that you discard one card and then you apply 3 blessings to random cards of the combatant who owned the discarded card. And then all these blessings went onto contamination, meaning that for this fight, Evil Spirit Salamander is technically considered a combatant of our team. That is certainly something. Is this salty? Yes, we're playing salty. And yes, I just killed my teammate. Huh? What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Nothing is what you're gonna do about it. When there's 6 or more cards in hand, 55% damage increase. Say less. Oh, did I walk wrong? I did. Ah, unfortunate. I mean, I didn't need to fight this elite anyway. I mean, who needs fates, right? Who needs fates? Sure. Sure. At the start of the turn, activate this card in hand. Why not? I guess it makes sense since the status cards don't seem to be belonging to anyone. It does make sense. And I guess it probably also is the easiest way to code. Is what I'd be assuming. But yeah. It is a very big coincidence that if you have a level 60 Tenebria at friendship level 23, if you end up playing Salty, then she'll have 777 attack. Ask Tenebria why she decided to have that number at level 73 or 23, I guess. What are the chances they give Salty shop for engravings? You mean, what are the chances that they add in a Salty core that will allow you to do engravings? Not as likely. I mean, maybe they're gonna work on a couple more gear cores before they would consider doing something like that. Epic Zeben, yes. Indeed. Hey, she's back. What is the condition? Why do you sometimes heal when a character leaves mental breakdown, and why do you why sometimes do you end up not healing? Like, what is the deciding factor that makes it so that you do or do not heal when somebody breaks out of a mental breakdown? Is it because when they like break down and take your HP and then you get them back, they break out and you get the HP back? Or is it because they're like a controller or vanguard, so they are just built to give you something? I think we fucked up. I don't want any of these. Huh. Option to decline epiphanies. There is a way to decline epiphanies in Salty, but only sometimes. I think it's time we cut music start, am I right? It's time we play the true basic attack Tenebria. But the problem is, she only moves rhythm cards, so this wouldn't work. This would be a terrible, terrible waste. But it'd be kind of funny. Until I then end up dead in a ditch. But it would be kind of funny. For a little bit. Alright, let's get to trying to see if we can maybe fix this up somehow. By getting an epiphany here. And, yeah, sure. Would Arya be worth it? If you want between 15 to 20% damage increase to Tenebria, yes. If you have any intentions to play a basic attack build Rita or Shizuru alongside of a Tenebria, you can also give Arya to them. But Arya doesn't do anything that is so special that you'd have to get her. Though I will admit, she has a special interaction with Tenebria where she makes her ultimate like super, super shiny. Should you care about that? Well, I don't know. But that's what it do. Alright. Let's do one of these. And get a couple of those. Oh, that didn't work. Time to shine. Yay! Here, so this is what I mean, right? You're never gonna get this interaction unless you have an Arya. Have a close look at Tenebria, right? You see what she kind of looks like right now? with like this shiny purple sock and the flickering stars, right? This is what happens when you have an Aria plus Tenebria, right? Like you're not getting this effect unless you have an Aria. Is that something that should be like noted as something super important? No. Is it the way it works? Yes. I think you heal if you exit breakdown in the same battle. That could be the case as well, but I don't know. I don't think I've seen enough evidence for that claim. Then again, I don't think I've seen a lot of evidence for any claim. This effect was very much worth 300 of your dupe currency. See, there you go, right? I'd say as well that that is truly worth it. So pull Aria, okay, Aria equals must pull. Indeed, that is exactly what I meant to say with this. Do you have the stats maxed out in Sortie? Almost. I'm missing 10% attack, 20% health, and 10% healing and shielding. But I basically have the entire Sortie tree maxed out. To get most, if not all, the important upgrades takes around 19,000 points. Instead of the full 30,000, because out of 30,000, 10,000 of them are just 10% attack, 10% shielding and healing, and 20% max health. Very idle coded, indeed. I wanted to say, why did that say 0 cost for this spotlight? It shouldn't have been. But you never know. You just went for the stat boost first thing? Yeah, smart. Like, if you like a character a lot, you should just get their dedicated partner. That's always how it goes. That's always how it will go. And that's always how it will be. What be a good Yuki persona? Oh, Yuki has like a really good persona. Any striker this season has a disgustingly good persona. And that is this one right here. Any striker has a disgustingly good persona in this one. It's a 5-hitter. And every time you use it, all your attack cards become 50% stronger. So plus 50% permanently. And if you build it with the Umbra engraving at 2 hits, you can get upwards of 9 uses out of it, giving you a plus 450% damage bonus on top of a 9 use 5-hitter. So, yeah. Why would that be better than the 60% 30-30 one? Because for example for Yuki it gives her an additive, it gives her, obviously it gives her the damage bonus, but you could say okay what, but like for example the damage bonus you have to play it and then it stays active permanently, and also especially for Yuki it gives you a single target 5-hitter. It's just, yeah, pretty damn potent. But you could also, I guess, try to split it up and maybe make it 5 uses at by 60? No, I don't think that's possible on an attack card at least though. But yeah, no, I think that's like the best striker persona. You've never seen that persona, what? I mean, yeah, it's exclusive to strikers. Only strikers can get the plus 50% damage amount to attack cards of this unit. And then you just need to find the exhaust perk, because it gives you plus 2 exhaust. The card usually looks like this. Exhaust 5 plus 50%, and then you can add the hits to it, which makes it exhaust 9 and a 5-hitter. It keeps adding, indeed. Does photo time do more hits the more rhythm cards played or drawn? So photo time only goes to a maximum of 10. And it's about playing them or moving them to hand. Drawing them counts as moving them to hand. But also moving them to hand counts as moving them to hand. But it always caps at 10 hits. But it doesn't have to be in your hand for it to stack as well. Could I share the links to the idea Ray and Tene builds? Sure. And then Tenebria. Yeah, I just share you all of them. Should be fine. Bop. And boop. And then the next one is going to be this one right here. The mail-in version. Bop. And boop. There you go. Alright. Now we have some enemies to beat. Zero cost, always great. I want there to be a character that scales with the amount of coins you get during chaos runs and gains multipliers for every 100 coins you have at the end of a run. That could be cool. That's a pretty unique idea. That could be pretty interesting. Hey! The other friend was clearly already dead. We got scammed. Okay, obtain a card. Yeah, I can do without. The initial corruption. Alright, sure, let's encounter the angel. How surprising. Ooh. When a bullet card of an ally is activated, 80% fixed shield. Yeah. Oh, if you haven't played Sortie since the Tenebria update, they've changed the neutral cards and they've changed gear. There's now different gear and different neutral cards that weren't there before. But how would you use that character outside of Chaos? It would obviously save the number of coins you got during your run for the performance of the character outside of the Chaos, you know? That would be the idea, I think, that he talked about. In the sense that you would have like another factor you pay attention to during your runs that is then gonna pay off outside. You've done the boss twice on auto and lost both times? Ouch. that like, you know what's crazy? In all the auto runs I've done, I've only ever met the hand lady once. Auto doesn't really seem to be very interested in finding the hand lady reliably. Really does seem to have better things to do, you could say. There's a basic card plus 1 hit gear that's so good for Tenebria. Yeah, there's a lot of items and a lot of cards available now that have something to do with basic. I mean, look at this shit. At the start of the turn, increases the damage amount by 15% to basic cards per basic card in the deck. That is one of the strongest, like, sortie weapons for Tenebria. And it's not even, I mean, like, look at it for example like this. We're going to have 4 different characters with 2 basics each. So that's 8 times 15. So we're going to get a 120% basic attack card multiplier. No, no, no. Not plus 60, 120. And that is because, yeah, in your entire deck with 4 characters, you're going to have 4 characters that will all have 2 basics each, courtesy of the rhythm application from Tenebria. So yeah, 120% damage bonus. 120% multiplicative damage bonus as well. The copy basic cards fate is so good now. Yeah. And the turn basic attack cards into common cards fate just makes it so that your deck is way, way, way too big. So, yeah, that exists as well. Time to shine. If only we still had the bass rhythm instead of this stupid staccato. Life would be so much easier. I think the trick... Oh, you know what? Isn't the trick with when you use staccato and then you put him into your deck, you want to play the 1 cost first, so that even though you've played the staccato, it still stays 0 cost, like this? No, but it still increases the cost even from 0 up by 1. Now, that's nasty. Even though there's a 2 cost with that, that's nasty. Salty heavily favors Tene, that's why she's the best core in my opinion. During the current rotation, sure, she is pretty damn good, but still, I believe, or I don't even think it's something you have to believe, it's just something that's the truth, and that is, Hide Mary, especially once you go E2 and beyond, is, insane. Oh no, she's unhappy. Come on, get us out of mental jail. Photo Jansu. Yeah. Hey, we get a visit. I don't know if that's too good. Are we gonna fight him? We don't have that much AP, and we are pretty close to the end of this. Alright, let's see if the game says we're gonna fight him. Ah. Okay. Doesn't look like we have much of a choice for now. I feel like I've seen this dice roll before. I feel like I've seen this 3 before somewhere, but yeah, my brain just too old. I cannot remember where I could have seen this 3 before, so I guess Cthulhu's getting away for now. Oh shit, yes. But I mean, hey, we could try to stand and fight and that would go really well. Surely. I mean, I think we're honestly gonna be alright. Especially. But yeah, okay. I mean, at the end of the day, if this guy ever wonders why did he die, it's because he didn't let us leave, right? I wanted to take the peaceful path. I wanted to be the bigger person. He just disagreed with our methods. He just didn't want us to go away, right? I guess we were a bit too important to him. So he shouldn't have tried us. Shouldn't have tried us. He pretty much killed himself, yeah. Yeah. Tough times for him. Tough times. Is Tene a must pull? No. Why can't you use the reroll resources to reroll the fear dice? I don't know. It's probably intentional though. Yeah, it's probably intentional that you cannot use resources to reroll the fear dice. Oh, what a waste. Let me actually redo this turn. And instead we're gonna start off with Tene ult. Happy days. If only we still had the bass rhythm. This would be so much more devastating. We have so many stupid fucking rhythms in our hand. Way too many rhythm staccatos. But I really like the priority. The fact that Tenebria's move card will always prioritize her own rhythms unless they're in your hand. That is so important to making your kid feel that much better. Alright, nice. We did our sortie duty. And now that we've done sortie duty, not only do we have more points that I've had in recent memory, which is probably like, what, 15,000? But we also have 2 autos combined with the daily, no, 3 autos combined with the autos from the music event shop and the daily autos. Hey, we have level 61 as well. Let me see. How much of a difference does it make, right? To our current Tenebria deck at 826 attack. If we go up by 1, she is now at 837. So we've gained 11. We gained 11 attack. Alright. would probably obviously make more of a difference if we were to go for, let's say, an attack percent goblet or even a tech set or like base set or whatever the hell. But we are not. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's collect those horticores. And now we need to think. Now we need to think what we need to do or want to do. So we could try and build a Tenebria deck. We could try to build another Ray deck. We could try to build a Mei Lin deck. There is a lot of options. So I think we technically could be like, yeah, we're happy enough with our with our Tenebria already. And I could just put in the sortie work if I wanted to like get another build and whatnot. It would work. Like I have enough of like a multiple divine base to technically just convert whatever I want to. Then again, I don't have anything that's like perfect, especially with like engravings and whatnot, right? On the other hand, my Mei Lin is crying in a corner because we don't have anything useful. So she would need it a lot. And then we have Ray, right? And for Ray, it would mostly be me investing cores because we have a good base, but it's a lot of investment because we have the right amount of epiphanies, right? Like this 150 just needs like a treated as a common card or a zero cost divine. This one would need to be changed into draw one neutral with a zero cost or whatever divine, and this one here would need to become the unique card. So yeah, and then these attack exclamation marks, we'd have to get like a 1 AP divine or something on them. But at least we have activated random lead card, and when a lead card of this unit is discarded, activate the card, which is cool. Tenebria damage potential is very high per card, while Faye I think only from one card. Not quite. But yeah, no, Faye versus Tenebria is just I think Tenebria is probably going to do more unique things for your account or for the future, where Faye is just a hyper carry with a bit more of a selfish playstyle. Then again, there's nothing wrong with that. And X-cost cards. We have yet to see anybody properly make use of X-cost cards reliably. What does this mean? Overdrive simulation. Look, applicable content memory fragments. Yay. Wait, to Mei Lin work with Tenebria, you need to use Crescendo. I am going to use Crescendo, yes. I am going to go and use Crescendo. Because I think Crescendo is like the best rhythm version to play with another character together. How do you activate the hidden boss? It's a special event. So you need to go into your chaos. You need to go into your chaos. You need to go into your zero system. You need to go into environment variables. And you need to unlock this one right here. You need to unlock this one right here. This Theater of Illusions Director script. And then you have to find the area, right? There will be a symbol that looks like this hand, whatever vision eye thing on the map in the Seasonal Chaos, but only when you unlock this node. Would a Faye outdamage a Rin though? Faye plays very similar to Shizuru and a Rin. Alright. Let's try... Do we try one Mei Lin? Just to see if maybe we can make it work. Like, I'd really want to get a good Mei Lin base. No. Yeah, I really want to get like a good Mei Lin base. It'd be great. Is the Glorious Raid set worth it as to you... Wait. Would the Glorious Rain set be worth it as much as do you thinking adding exhaust cards to your deck, for example, gearbags, or wouldn't be not worth forcing it that much? It wouldn't be that hard to make work on Array, and that is because you could at least get a bonus by just using a snack time, right? So at the minimum, you could use a snack time. If you really wanted to, okay, yeah, the choose one to exhaust snack time. It's not that, like, snack time, just make sure you get select and exhaust, draw 2, or select and exhaust, because then you can, like, exhaust if you want to, but you don't have to exhaust something. Yeah, I mean, It's okay, but I don't think you really need to go out of your way to try and make it work. If you have the safe data space, like for example in a deck like this here, right? If I, for example, am at the end of a run, and I know, okay, I'm not going to find another attack exclamation mark, might as well just chuck in a gearback because I'd have the space, right? Draw 2, good it as retain, it doesn't make a difference, it's exhaust, it's a one-time usage. It really doesn't make a difference. It really just comes down to the fact that you don't want to exhaust anything you care about. That's like the baseline that you'd be trying to make happen on somebody like Array. I wonder how much she's getting shafted from the fact that her potentials are only 6 out of 10. So cruel. Why can't synchronization give us full potential, you know what I mean? Why did it have to be 6 out of 10? So sad. And why does it have to be level 55? Bigu scam. Big scam. Yeah. What do I do with you, Maylin? What do I do with you? Okay, did I have any good pieces for Seth's Scarab? I know I had a few at some point. I just don't remember if any of them were, like, serviceable. Void damage. But big crit damage bonus, which is cool. That one's okay. Nice crit chance, nice crit damage. Defense have a little question. Yeah, okay, that's kind of it. Hey, maybe we can get lucky. Maybe we can get lucky. We're going to craft, I don't know, let's say 10. We're going to craft 10 goblets for Seth's Scarab. Let's see if we can get something. Instinct. Thank you very much. Instinct. Thank you very much. Instinct. Thank you very much. Attack. Attack. But maybe it can get crit chance. Order attack crit damage. Maybe later. Attack crit damage. That's not too shabby. Instinct. Thank you very much. Justice with attack crit chance crit damage. Okay. Instinct with whatever the fuck. And justice with attack. Maybe. Alright. I really like the Justice one, but it's not gonna help us much, but I like it. So let's see what comes from these. Let's see if there's anything useful that comes from any of these. So, could you give me crit chance? No. So that means you are a goner. So we again need to scroll over. Can you give me crit chance? No. Can you give me attack or crit damage? No. Okay. Order damage, basic attack. You know what? We're just gonna keep it for now. It's funky enough, you know? It is funky enough. Here I'd like to see crit chance, please. Okay. Alright. So, now that you've granted me my first wish, can we find a, you know, common ground and maybe not think too deeply about the defense? I would greatly appreciate if we can forget that defense exists. Crit chance. Okay. A bit of a low roll, 1.2% out of potential 2%, but could have been worse. Flat attack. The high roll, not bad. 7 out of 8. Okay, just don't happen twice, okay? Hey, crit chance. You know what? Good piece. I'm happy. 4.7, 3.1, 13, only 1 defense roll. I'm gonna label that as success. What about you? Is there a chance you can give me attack percent? No. Am I going to test my luck against a bunch of flat defense? Sure. Attack. Attack. Crit damage. Defense. It had to be, didn't it? It just had to be. Okay, now that we have that out of the way, let's go back to our Meilin. Give her our newly acquired, very fancy Seth Scarab goblet thing. And then we need to think. I don't think I have that many other passion set pieces, even if I wanted to. Like, I have a bunch of... Yeah, like, look at this. Defense. Defense. Extra damage. That one's not too bad. But again, a lot of defense. And then here... Like, that one's great, but it has extra damage, which doesn't really do much for us. So I'm kind of trying to determine where we could try and fit in another Seth Scarab. Because this one's okay, but I feel like we could maybe aim for something better. If we're being reasonably greedy, you know? Maybe only crit chance? Then again, if I do want to run the Seth Scarab, then I kind of have to do 2-piece, 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 2-piece. I mean, we could obviously build a very nasty set because we have a couple of very nasty pieces lying around. So then it would probably look like I'd have to cannibalize a couple pieces from a couple different people. But if we really wanted to, we could create something similar to this. This would be a 92.8%. 1000 attack plus, like, why am I saying 92.8%? It's because we'd probably go with the crit chance here, right? So we'd probably go with something like that, and then we'd have a 2-piece, 2-piece, 2-piece. Or we could do what I thought about before, and we can go silly by going either crit damage or attack percent in the main stat. And, wait, that's substat, sorry. And then find, like, a piece like this. Or this one. Or this one. This one's pretty cool. Bunch of crit damage, some crit chance, some attack. How much attack would this Meilin have? Ah, because now we lost the attack set. So then I'd have to find a key. My keys really aren't that great. So maybe I don't do that. Because then I'd have to shift a bunch of shit around. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe we don't do that for now. What kind of set is this anyway? Huh. Okay. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Love the crit chance epiphany, which makes numbers crazy. It does. You've been trying to get a Naja deck. It's been 10 delegated runs. I've never hit the divine or right card type on bottomless hunger. Any suggestions? I'm farming on Tether Chaos level 80. You're farming on Theater of Illusions level 80. How did you miss? How did we, like, I never hit the divine or right card type on bottomless hunger in 10 runs. Do you not know that you can, like, whenever you get to a event with a shrine where there's like the Caligo face on it, or the Chaos Order face, that when you click inspect you can select the divine? Like, there must have been in your 10 runs at minimum 2 to 3 chances where you could have had selected bottomless hunger. And then when you select bottomless hunger, you're rather likely to at least find something like an AP divine or draw divine, because all of them are mostly skill cards. Or you got supremely unlucky, but I feel like that's not as likely. Alright, one run of Meilin. Let's see if we can make something crazy happen. So we increase our stress to make sure that we get the Meilin Epiphany. And the reason why this is not that bad is because now we are guaranteed to find unity of attack and defense. Because it would have given us another rare Epiphany. There's only one more left open. And now we just gotta hope that we do not Epiphany the Meilin card until we get to the Select Divine event. Select Divine event could be as early as the next one. That was a cool kick from Meilin, I'll admit. But yeah, could be as early as the next one. No. I also am not really interested in the gear piece, but we're going to take it anyway. Just so if we should encounter the engraving guy, we can at least engrave something. Okay, so different Epiphany, which means we might have to re-Epiphany this Flame Dragon's Jewel later. Let's see if we can get started on the Persona. No. Okay, we get the Dragonspire Epiphany, which is alright. For one turn, each passion card used 1 extra hit. Great. So we have the Rising Dragonspire, should we decide to keep it in the deck. We get a cube. Sure, cube is better than the other one, especially if we get the, like, pick your own engraving type guy. Okay, Divine Epiphany on Ray. The interesting part is we could still try and build a Ray. Even while trying to build Meilin, because for Ray we don't really need a Persona, right? And the hardest part would have been to, like, build the Persona out. But okay, so far we're just focusing on credits, trying to see what we can get. Doing the Persona. Okay, here we go. We have the Exhaust 5 Persona, and from now on we're looking to add the additional 2 hits. Meilin's card has yet to Epiphany, so whenever we get to a select event, we can end up selecting it. Hit the Divine but not the draw. Sometimes you might just have to go for maybe something like the AP Divine and then get the draw from somewhere else. But yeah, draw 1 is not the easiest to get, for sure. Okay, there we go. Awesome. We found half of the persona already. We found half the persona already, which is sweet. Now we're halfway through. Extra attack damage amount unfortunately doesn't do much for us. Shop. We'll obviously be on the lookout for anything Umbra, because we need a couple Umbra perks. Preferably anything damage related Umbra. Or something like double Umbra, so we can actually fulfill the 5-hit condition. Attack exclamation mark would be the point where we like buy that for Ray, but I don't think we're really gonna do Ray. Yeah, we're not gonna do Ray. Yeah. Alright. Mask of Emotion, Lux, Quietus, Umbra engraving, but no. 7 or more in the graveyard. There we go. We now found the offensive Umbra engraving. And re-epiphany, we said we wanted to re-epiphany Frame Dragon's Jewel, which we'll do here. And here we have the increased crit chance, or we could go for the 30% damage amount, but I still believe we're probably best off just going with the crit chance. We can always change it later if it really ends up being that much of a problem. Okay, guy comes in, persona card. We don't really want that, or not persona card, you know what, right? Retain, cost increase, haste. When a target is in a resonant state, add 2 hits. We're going to keep that in for now as kind of like insurance. Okay, Divine. Early without the Divine Selection event. Interesting. And now we have the gain 1 AP Divine. Meaning if we were to continue with this run, we would still have to buy 4 Epiphany Change cores. But we would gain a unity of attack and defense with the gain 1 AP Divine. Alright, alright. But then again, for this to also work, we still need the copy event, right? And then here, plus 30% if an enemy increases action count instead of a guaranteed plus 25. I don't know. We're gonna probably have to change the cube later anyway. Selected combatant gains an epiphany, which is going to be Mei Lin, so that we can cut Flame Dragon's sovereignty. Okay, interesting. Yeah, none of these actually end up being that great. Nope, we don't really care about that one. But enemy dead. Okay, maybe we can finish off the persona. We can. So persona is now finished. So we have a finished persona. We have a good divine base. We have 1 Umbra engraving perk secured. We have the engraving event that I was talking about, where we can now apply an engraving to an already existing piece. We can get a Umbra engraving, which is okay. We are not really going to be playing Quietus. So none of these actually do anything, so we might as well just go with, I don't know, 100% fixed damage. If we can, we obviously want to swap it out, but it's also at least a smart idea to try and finish off the perk. Torturer's Toolbox is just a really good item, so this chess piece is now basically done. Now we're just kind of hoping to see something nice. Can someone fill me in what this Mei Lin Hyde Mary team? Oh, no. Hyde Mary is just here to help us get through the run. It has nothing to do with it being like a super special team or whatever. Like, Hyde Mary is indeed just here so that I like can just auto the run in peace, you know? What's so good about it getting extra hits in the persona card just for the damage? The extra hits increase the exhaust. So part of the perk of the extra hits is that it says add to exhaust. And the more exhaust you add, the more times you can use the card. The more times you can use the card, the more times you can stack the added damage amount. But yes, you could also try and find something like a compromise where you go, okay, maybe we go exhaust 7 instead and only 3 hits but make it free, right? Like, how many times are you realistically using the card anyway type of deal, yeah. That is certainly worth considering at least. I mean, we'll see. We'll keep our eyes out, see if maybe we can see something that makes it reliably 0 cost. It's just, I think most of the cost decreases are of Lux perk origin, making it then impossible for us to get the 5 Umbra perk requirement. But yeah, no, we can have a look. Let's see. Select Lux damage amount, and then when there are 7 or more cards in the graveyard, yeah. What's up, bro? How's the grind? We're trying to see if maybe we can get a nice Meilin base that I can then... Ooh, Cthulhu gun would be really big here, especially if it gets a perk. Apply haste, change cost from between 0 to 2. Could be great, could be awful. Increase cost by 2 is definitely not what we need. When a card is discarded this turn, damage amount per Umbra. Also no. Alright, let's see. Cthulhu gun. First we get the hopefully passion version. There we go. For 1 turn when using a passion card. Cthulhu gun. Nope. The chess piece. This is not of interest to us. Left hand. Left hand is that shock thing, right? But we don't really do shockwave state, so we can probably just end the event. Okay, we are still looking for another Umbra perk. And something that resembles a useful weapon. Did I want to re-epiphany anything else? The Flame Dragon's Jewel is great, Rising Dragon Spire is great, Spirit of Automata is fine, Unity of Attack and Defense has the Divine, Persona of Obsidian is done. No, I guess we don't want to. Bap, give him a good smack. There's a Lux engraving with 1 attunement. Yeah. Okay, engraving, we're hoping for Umbra. Nice. None of them are actually that useful though. So I guess we go with the plus 100 on this card, which is better than whatever the fuck we had before. And now we just need a weapon with an Umbra perk. Preferably a good one, but sometimes you can't be a chooser. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find much in terms of cost reduction for the Persona. I mean, let's check the available options, right? Let's see if there's anything we're missing. So if we wanted to have here, what kind of cost reductions are available? When this card is discarded, decrease card of this cost, decrease cost of this card by 1 until used. Yeah, it's not really gonna be useful. And then this on Ravage with this card, decrease cost by 1. The great part is this stays permanently. This Ravage cost decreased by 1. The bad part, we'd have to Ravage with it. And that's easier said than done. Okay, Orders Baton. Good weapon, just unfortunately not an Umbra perk. Oh wait, Orders? No, we need the key, right? Because Orders Baton is about like creating cards and we don't really do that much. Yeah, because it's on a per turn. Yeah, we'd need to get something like the key instead. But I mean, we need to find a... Give him a good punch. We need to find the Umbra perk as well as anyway, so who knows? Who knows? Any hope to use Mei Lin in Great Rift second half? Best I think is 1 turn persona while you stop his actions with ring. I mean, you gotta do damage over 10 turns, not just a singular turn, right? I mean, you could probably try this persona here and then maybe put in like a Naja Veronica and get that cycle where you like play the entirety of the 9 exhausts in a singular turn, so that at least for the next few turns after, you have the 450% damage bonus. Oh, also, you know what something is that you don't really think about much? Mei Lin's ult. Mei Lin's ult is pretty cool in combination with the Tenebria, because Mei Lin again also adds more hits to her basic cards, which I think is kind of sweet. Yeah, I don't see how you survive the 10 turns. Yeah. Is it better to move basic attack card Epiphany or create basic attack with Mei Lin persona card? You always want to do move. You always want to do move. Okay, we have a bunch of coin. We still have an open slot. We have the final shop. This could be fun. Really, really fun, you know? Okay, there we go. We've solved our Umbra problem. Now we only need to solve our weapon problem. Big Game Hunter. Awesome. Obsidian Sword, but it's gonna set us back because we're then gonna lose the Umbra condition again. We can always use a Gear Core to give her the 10% crit chance weapon. So it's not that deep. We could always just use a Gear Core and reroll until we can get the 10% increased crit chance on 1-cost cards. But wait, that would put us at 102% crit chance. No, wait, that'd be even better if we go for the 15% crit set and we make sure that we use the discard set, but then we didn't pick the discard persona. Ooh, this could be a little bit more difficult. There's a couple things we could do here to potentially get a bit more crit rate. But at least we found the copy event, so there we're rather safe. Or we just end up going with the normal with the goat of all sorts, you know. But yeah, there we go. So we now technically have a Mei Lin that has the right amount of copy cards, has the right epiphanies, has okay, almost, right? So this would be a deck where I'd be finished if we buy a couple gear cores or the dedicated gear core, dedicated gear swap core, whatever we actually end up going with, right? Yeah, so we could definitely fix this deck into something useful. Now the question is, am I happy with the gain 1 AP epiphany, or am I greedy enough to potentially think about to treat it as a common card epiphany? Right? But what we do to this deck is we would be using 4 unique epiphany core remanifestations to change this into the move epiphany while retaining the gain 1 AP. Yeah. And then here we just go ahead and use like a gear swap core to turn this into either the 0 cost 10% crit or just a 12% crit damage, 12% attack. Is it perfect? No. Would it be good enough to do some good ass damage? Most likely. And then in terms of like gear swaps and things I'm thinking about, because we are running the 30%... Wait, no, that's the wrong deck. Because we're running the 30% crit chance increase Flame Dragon Jewel, we could go ahead and change this from a crit chance main to a like crit damage main or attack main. So maybe something like this here, where we just change it then to like a attack main, so that we still get the benefit from the crit rate and we get more attack. It probably would have been a lot more impactful if we got the Cthulhu gun. How would you clear the Great Rift second half without having the Banner Girl in Tenebria? Oof. I'll be honest, like, I usually give myself like 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 days, maybe even a week before I start to like worry about the Great Rift. Like, for example, I couldn't even exactly tell you what the mechanic, like, we could obviously have a look at like the video and then the base ways, but like as you can see, we like on this account, on our main account, I guess we haven't even played story 13, so I can't even go into it right now. How close am I on Sortie to 4 Epiphany swap cores? We have 14,000. We would need 32,000. We would also need a couple core of the archetypes, and we might even try and sneak in. I mean, how much save data space did this deck take? 160. So we could divine something else. And we can still cut Flaming Rising Dragon Spire, so that there'd be less cards to draw, if we wanted to. I don't know. I feel like it'd be pretty cool if we could get the treated as a common card unit here in attack and defense. I think it'd be pretty sick. But it would also be pretty hard to get. Okay, let's say we finish the Mei-Lin deck for now and we'd only go ahead and like work on it later. Then I just need to play a couple sortie runs. 1 sortie run per card swap. Okay. Yeah, I always like to put my faith in some gambling. So let's do 1 run of... I don't know which. Let's do the next song. Let's do it on. Let's do it on normal difficulty, so that I can get some event point coins. And when we have those, I can use those to buy a couple divine cores, which we can use to see what kind of divine we get on that Mei-Lin deck, to see if it's actually like really worth it, you know. All right, let's see how much we remember from this. Shit. No. It's confusing. Stop swapping sides. Yeah. It's going to be fine. Maybe not. We're probably gonna die before this finishes. Maybe I should do up and down? I'm not too sure. Like, you have the option to do like left, right, or up and down. I don't know what would be less confusing for me. At least it's normal difficulty, so we're not instantly dying. How much longer do I need to go? Is there like a progress bar somewhere? Yay! Awesome. Okay. Performance C, I take it. I am not too bothered by this. We might. But hey, look, pop-up store. All I can say about the rhythm event is I'm so grateful to have an easy mode for this old man. Understandably so. But yeah. So, Abyssal Cores. We can buy 2 of those. Yay. How can you do it on the emulator? You need to click. Or you add the key prompt on the emulator. Like, for example, if you're on BlueStacks, you can add, like, let's say 1 and 2 on your screen, and then you can just press the buttons on your keyboard, right? So those would be the ways you could do it. That is cute. And these ones are cool as well. The light sticks. Then again, this is gonna be disaster, isn't it? Like, this Aria light stick. Like, people already get way too many wrong ideas with something as simple as fucking food, right? So I feel like there's already way too many people doing way too many sus things with this. So I don't know. I think the light stick is going to find its place in the history of the all-time greats in terms of safe data editing, creativity. Yeah. We're just gonna leave it at that. Explain, please? No, I won't. I'm not going to give you the assist into degeneracy. If you want to become degenerate, find your own way. Saw some spicy stuff on the Discord. I wouldn't know what you'd be talking about. Just look at some of the leaderboards. Nah, I am not gonna look at leaderboards. Who would want to look at leaderboards anyway, right? No, I was wondering. We had a section on the Discord where is that thing still there? Sticker design showcase. Okay, looks like sticker design showcase has survived so far, but also it's been a month since anybody posted there. But yeah, if under any circumstances you ever feel like sharing your stickers with anybody, we have a channel called Sticker Design Showcase, and you can, or show off, I guess. And but I think this one actually looks good. But yeah, that's where you find places, and yeah, you'll figure things out. All right. Now the question is, what do we do, right? We have Malin kind of done. Do we just hope we get like a perfect... Oh, I remember now. Tenebria, I think I have a good base to transform into another crescendo deck like this one right here. But it will cost me. It would cost me another 32,000 fucking points. So surely with the power of friendship and delusion on my side, I'm going to get the perfect Tenebria Crescendo deck out of this run right here. So luckily we can play on difficulty 13 instead of having to play on 15. It just means we won't be able to get away with 5 divines. So we will have to do a little bit of slight safe data editing. Then again, I don't think I want to play on Swamp of Judgment, because Swamp of Judgment has such a low chance. Like, high chance of giving me the gear I want, low chance of giving me the divine I want early. So I guess we're just going to stick to the season planet. Like, yes, I know, oh, you could get like slightly better gear chances and so on and so forth on the planet, but I prefer I prefer getting my divines build out early. I really don't want to spend fucking 32,000 sortie points every time I want to finish a deck. The Eyeless from Planet of Mist? I don't know if that's really all that worth it, you know? It's, I mean, we could then also go for a 0 cost. Eye of the Eyeless would be pretty sweet, somewhat, for Crescendo. Nah, we're just gonna not do that for now. Also, we'll be keeping our eyes open to potentially build Ray here as well, depending on how this goes, right? We're kind of be trying to maybe you could say double build. Do you know where you could choose the divine? Yeah, there's a couple options. But the most reliable are at the beginning. Like the best options, or the options that you really find the most in terms of choosing your divines, are in the Seasonal Chaos before you get to the first boss. Any event that has a Steely, you know, like this like rock formation with the carved in Chaos Order symbol. When you click on it, you can select the divine. Then there's this event where you view down and you look down at like a city. That allows you to select the divine. Yeah, there's like, I think in total 5 or 6 events that have a select divine in the beginning. And then there's a couple after the first boss. But by then you kind of already want to have your divine. Fuck, you just skip that. Yeah, but make sure you also upgrade your skill tree so that they actually work, right? What be good chaos equipment for Veronica? I think the same as for everyone. Like, unless you only use her as a draw engine, then you should look for anything that like boosts allies and ally damage. Like, for example, the Cthulhu dagger. You could look for something like the ally increase on action count, ally damage increase on action count increase and stuff like that. But usually you can just go for anything like damage related, like crit chance increase, crit damage increase, damage amount increases, that type of stuff, unless you obviously cut everything with damage from her. Here, this event. For example, this event allows us to now get 2 divines. So with the first one, we can select and dedicate Spotlight as our divine. And this is how it goes, right? You just pray, and then you're going to get a really good Spotlight epiphany, just like this. Yeah, I always wanted to get a 4-copy upgrade Spotlight deck, you know? It's always my dream. It's always been my dream to make this happen. But no, I think this event is really cool. And we could apply an engraving, or we can now get another divine, hopefully on Ray. No. Also no, like, good one on Hyde Mary. So now the thing is, we're going to go until shortly before the first boss. We do a couple re-epiphanies, and if we don't get what we like, then we just cancel the run and be just like, well, it didn't work. Yo, Fenride, what's up, what's up? Dominion card? No? Okay. If we got the Dominion card, I might have been tempted to throw that on a Ray. Might be an annoying question, but be a best team. I guess if you specifically want to make Tenebria the best damage dealer, then her best team is going to be Tenebria, Ray, and then either a Veronica or a Adelheid. So you do Tenebria as an Arpeggio for the damage, you do Ray for the damage boosting, and then you get Veronica or Adelheid for draw / potential AP gain if necessary. Would you recommend going for build shown on Pridwin, and what Ray build are you going for? I don't look at Pridwin, so I can't tell you if they're good or bad. But our Ray build would look something similar to this. You don't need 3 attacks. Like, I think as many attacks as you can get. But effectively, you want 0 cost Strike at Darkness, 150%. No, this one. Here. Right? You want a 150% 0 cost. You want a 100% draw 1, 0 cost. The 0 cost is not as important because technically you could do multifaceted parallel universe nexus, which allows you to either trigger a lead card at the beginning of the turn or trigger it when it gets discarded, which can help not needing them. But it would be preferred if you could get the cost reduction divines. Then you get a version of the 80% multiplier, resonating darkness, damage to 1 cost or lower cards you can either keep in or cut out. It's more damage, right? Snack time, you want to use any of these 3 versions that don't force you to discard, like these 2, force you to exhaust something, which could fuck with your deck. And then these attacks here are just cards that can replace themselves. Allow you to select something like the Ray damage boost, give you an AP, or even give you something like a Tenebria card that you might need. You prefer the Combo Divine? It's the same thing. Reduce cost or Combo Divine is the same thing. Combo Divine is just a lot harder to get. And that is because the Combo Divine only comes from the one god, right? Like, you can only ever get the Combo Divine from Caligo, and you either play the Seasonal Planet and get lucky and get the Combo Divine, or you spend a bunch of reroll cores. It's the same thing, right? If it's combo, that means you play anybody else's card and gets activated, but if it's 0 cost, you can also just play it by itself. It's same, right? So whatever you get, you either get the cost reduction or you get the Combo Divine, it ends up in the same place. Combo Divine wouldn't reduce action count, which you'd appreciate in a Great Rift. Yeah, but we're not specifically like, if you only ever focus on Great Rift, then like Great Rift has its own specific rules, its own specific setup, and there's always a specific way you can do things to get the highest score in Great Rift, but it doesn't mean that that is that character's best deck. Just because it works in Great Rift doesn't mean that's how you have to do it. Like, there's rules in Great Rift, especially for scoring and damage amounts that you'd need to follow, where certain things just end up getting favored. This is a Tenebria focused Ray build. Could I use it with Shizuru? It is a Tenebria focused Ray build, and it wouldn't be as effective with the Shizuru, because Shizuru's base multiplier is just, I guess, slightly lower. The main reason why this is so big is because of how multiplicative damage bony interact with Arpeggio's damage scaling. But yes, you could absolutely use this Ray alongside the Shizuru as well, because it would still be a 330% multiplicative increase to anything basic attack. Did we already remove a card? We did, so I think we probably take the credits. Yeah, I don't think this run is actually gonna end up in a good spot, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we are gonna re-epiphany the card. It's gonna become like really good, and we're going to all be very happy. Press X to doubt, but you never know, right? You never know. All right. More coin. Is there a site that shows you what choices in Chaos lead to? Yeah, there is. I'll send you the link. There you go. If you're wondering, okay, like if you want to perfect every choice, it's something that just comes by playing the game enough. Then you pretty much know everything by memory, but if you don't play it that often, then yes, this can definitely help you get started and feel like you've given the game your all. Okay. So, final re-epiphany. Let's see if this becomes something insane. It doesn't become divine, which means we aren't really that interested in it. So we're just going to defeat the boss. Once the boss dies, we're going to leave. Because, yes, we could get more currency if we wait a bit longer. But I don't need to. I don't need to do that. Alright. So here we go. We get the copy, but it's not that important. We get the whatever. We get the credits. We go and make sure we get our 150 coins. And then, yeah. Just came back since launch and started watching the videos. No problem, no problem. Hope they help. Alright. So we got 150 crystals of discords. We have 5,200 of them fuckers. I should see if I can buy something with them. Maybe I didn't buy my monthly standard summons yet. Shop. Blackhorn trade. Okay, I did buy them already. Which means I could buy more potential stones. Or I could buy fighter books. And actually upgrade melee. Nah, I would never do that. I could buy units. At a really bad price. Okay, maybe we keep the currency for now and then figure out what to do with it later. Alright, let's do another run. Let's do another run and see how it goes. Same map, same everything, same setup, same idea, same dream, same purpose, same approach, same salvation. And that is a good Tenebria deck. Something that I can do something with. Something nice, something sweet. Alright, we got Spotlight early, which is great. Nothing feels worse than playing and getting the Select Divine event early before you even got the Spotlight card. Doesn't happen too often, but when it does, it sure as hell stings. What I like about Tenebria is her Persona card is so easy to build. There's only 6 different choices that you can get, and you can reroll every choice 4 times. So I'm playing Sorty now, and I just came across a grey piece of gear. Not blue, gold, or purple. Is this new? Am I late to the party? I don't remember a grey piece of gear. Not even in Sorty. Would it be rude to ask you if you're colorblind? But no. There might be something obvious I'm missing. That is totally possible. Maybe there's something that just slipped my mind. Some grey pieces are quest items. See, there you go. I'm not quite too sure what quest pieces we're talking about. But, yeah, there you go. You got your answer, hopefully. Alright. Is there anything we need to do? Is there anything we need to re-epiphany? No, we haven't even gotten any epiphanies yet. Grey pieces of gear are the lowest grade, obtainable through some random events only in Sorty, and they are worthless. See, there you go. Make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. There we go, half finished with the Persona. Alright. And there we go. Persona finished. Nice and simple. Okay, if this turns out to be a Ray deck, then we definitely have the Re-Epiphany Resonating Darkness. Though I'm not too sure how this could turn into a Ray deck, seeing as how Ray's most important card, or the card we care about most, already Epiphanied. That's the wrong thing to divine. That is the wrong thing to divine. But we still have our spotlight, so we just need to find a divine event. And all of a sudden we're like on track. Or it could just naturally divine. I don't really mind either. Then again, if it naturally divines, there's a smaller likelihood of us getting the perk that we want to. So, if possible, we'd wanted to divine as a guaranteed Caligo Epiphany. Yeah, I think we can cut photo time. It's okay. Okay, that'd be an attack exclamation mark. So if Ray would have shown any promise, we would have bought that one. We now have a unique music starter upgrade. And here we're looking for... Not really staccato. Not really fortissimo. So I guess we pick staccato for now and then once again re-epiphany it later. Divine selection? No? Is there any more question mark events here? Oh, one more. Okay. Give me some credits. I can always use some credits. Okay. But yeah, what somebody said is pretty smart. If you are ready, did Nia Trauma Imagine get changed? Did Nia Trauma Imagine get changed? Oh, did the Nia Trauma image get changed? Probably not. Maybe on the CN version, but for global, I don't think it did. And if it did, then it wouldn't be the worst thing ever, because her breakdown image is a little weird. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we didn't get an epiphany at all. So, okay, there was another attack exclamation mark, which means we could have had 2 on Ray by now. Unfortunately, Ray didn't really show any promise. We can do the other epiphany, hoping to see not a divine here, but okay, now Crescendo becomes the divine. Okay, this is a little cooked. This is a little cooked, but you never know. There might be a surprising turn of events where we defeat the boss, get a late in epiphany. Yeah, okay, maybe not. Okay. Once again, we wait, we go into the next turn, we quit the run, take our coins, and leave. I played the game since launch, but never been able to make proper build. Any advice? Is it just a skill difference? It's a knowledge difference, right? Like, knowing what a proper build looks like and knowing the best ways to get there definitely play a major role, right? Like, if you don't know what a good build looks like or even how you go about getting it, then it would make sense that you'd have, like, whatever type of builds, right? But no, I think the most important things to building builds this season, or pretty much any season, it always comes down to one thing. You need to put in the time to upgrade the upgrade tab. The upgrade tab, it's very important that you have this final upgrade in the second and the final upgrade in the third tab. Because this one allows you to guarantee which combatant is the one you can copy a card for, which is essential. And this one here allows you to re-epiphany a card, which means you can bring a deck closer to whatever you're imagining you want to build. You also get like divine chances, so on and so forth. But yeah, authority expansion, upgrade tab, very important. And then for every season, you want to max out this skill tree right here, because it helps you with part of the season mechanic. It helps you with, for example, rare area chances. You get a couple more dice rolls. You get a couple more season currency, and so on and so forth, and then a couple new events. So yeah, if you don't have like an upgraded upgrade tab / environment variables, then it's already a lot harder. And then after that, it really just comes down to like the core of a deck really always ends up being, okay, which is this character's most important card? And then which divine can I put on that character's card to make it even better? Then you try to find that divine, or at least the right base epiphany. Then you want to make sure you get that card 4 times. Here we are also going to obviously go with Spotlight, right? So we have it ready in case we get a divine option. And then you either play the Chaoses by specifically hunting for divine option events, or you just play a run, get a normal deck with all the epiphanies you want, and then you just refine it by playing the salty game mode. Just to speed up your farming a little bit, you could quit doing the boss end screen to get the loot. No need to load into the Chaos Interior. It's okay. It's gonna save me like, what, 0.25 seconds? I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. Okay, we have a 30% bonus for Tenebria, which is okay. I don't think we need the credits much right now. We don't even need to do the removal. So, alright, we found the 30% perk. That's great. Do we this time maybe go with the draw persona instead of the discard persona? But I like my discard gear set. I like my discard gear set. I'm gonna stick with my discard gear set. Alright, then we get Resonating Darkness, and we get a Spotlight Epiphany early, which is tough. Getting Spotlight Epiphany early means that the only way for us to get this into Divine in a usable state is by re-epiphanying it at a shop. We're gonna get like 1 or 2 chances at it, so tough start to a run. But what can you do about it? Appreciate the words, you know what to focus on. That's awesome. If you need an idea, I have a video. It's called Cassius from Zero or something like that, where I do an entire run, all the thought process of like, what do you do during a chaos run? What do you pick where? How do you use the cubes to refine stuff? So you could, for example, try that yourself, and then you'd have the perfect Cassius to smack together with any other character you could think of, and then have a really solid foundation to build off of. Caught using discard fragments. I always use the discard fragments. I always do. I really like my discard and attack card of this unit, 15% crit chance, passion and void damage set. A big fan, big fan. Okay, first re-epiphany of Spotlight. Does it turn divine? It does. Ah. I don't know how to tell you, game, but always attack weakness. I think I've seen better. Somewhere. Tough luck. Tough luck. Okay, at least we get one of the right Ray Epiphanies. We could always hypothetically swap over to a Ray at any point in time, so long as we find something like a Divine Event. So long as we find something like a Divine Event, and then we can go out of our way to Come on, Brian. Think, what do you want to try to say? So long as we find a divine event, get a nice darkness, basic attack boost card, maybe something like combo, and we can always try and focus on Ray instead and turn this run into something useful. If you decide not to pick a Persona card for Tenebria, what would you use the points for? Another Divine. Probably. If you don't pick up a Persona, you could make all 6 of Tenebria's cards a Divine. But it's hard to say if a Divine can outdamage a 30% multiplicative, or if a Divine can outvalue a 30% multiplicative attack card damage increase. Right? If you don't want to use the discard Persona, just use the draw 1 Persona. Yeah. But yeah, you'd probably just go and have like another Divine. Famata with game 1 AP. You know what they should do? They should make Divines on upgrade cards exclusive to Sortie. So you can never get a divine. Like they should skew the chances so that like they increase the chances to get more divines on skill cards and attack cards in exchange for making it impossible to appear on upgrade cards or something. Unless you play Sortie. Yeah, that could help. Surely. Okay, didn't look like we find get a divine event this time around as well either. Dominion? Oh, Dominion card, okay. You know what? Let's make that on Ray, why not? Why not? Let's give Ray a Dominion card. Then again, unfortunately, due to how Arpeggio works on Tenebria, Dominion really isn't that great of a card. Hey, Taichi, appreciate the follow. Okay, last chance meditation on Spotlight. Does it become divine again? It does not. Alright. So we are pretty much done here. You the best man? Do I know that? No, I didn't know that, but now that you've told me, I do. So, good times. Good shit. Alright, we are in the center. And we can leave. Save our saves, or I guess lose the couple seconds instead. And, well, I mean, that didn't go too well. Then again, we only did 2 attempts on Tenebria. And we already have very high standards for what we would consider a worthwhile Tenebria deck. So, it's always like, eh. Veronica C2 or Rita C1 or Typhara C1? Typhara C1 because it opens up the way towards also Typhara C2, who's like really good in Riff, in like Sortie. Like Typhara is really nice in Sortie, especially if you have a E2, C2, M2, whatever you want to call it. But out of all the ones you've named, I think Typhara's E1 with the ability to go an additional up, so additional draw, additional AP would probably be the most valuable. I learned a lot by watching the vids in the streams for the last 2 days. That's great. That is the entire purpose here, right? If you have any questions or whatever, feel free to, yeah, just chuck them out there. Because I don't really have that much of a, that much trouble with answering questions and playing the game at the same time. So why not do both, right? Why not do both? Okay, so call and response. This is a bit unlucky. If the game wants to be really, really disgusting right now, it gives us a select divine event in the next event without us having access to... okay, we got Spotlight. We are protected. We didn't get a divine event anyway, so I guess we were making a fuss for nothing. But where? Where is the divine event then? Because divine events are always fun. It's the right god. He has all the spicy divines. And it just needs to, like, technically it doesn't even have to hit the right epiphany, because you could just use the salty cores. But I'm a lazy fuck. I don't want to use salty. I want to do the I want to build the perfect deck at once. You know, if I could have my way, I would build my perfect deck in a run and then call it a day. I prefer that over using a bunch of salty cores. Yes, the odds are lower, but also it feels a bit more accomplished. I don't know. It just feels better going in and then just getting the job done. What deck are we building? I'm not too sure. We're either farming a Ray or we're farming a Mei-Lin Tenebria. It's kind of between those two, depending on what actually ends up dropping for us. Come on. What is it? Divine? Yes. Okay, Divine choosing event. Once again, we have a chance, gentlemen. Spotlight. Make me a happy man. It's the same shit that happened like 2 runs ago. What the fuck? Why do we get another spotlight with 1 morale, 1 resolve, Divine? I don't know. Like, what could you do with this what could you do with the deck like this? So you'd get 4 morale, which would be 80% additive damage bony. And you would get 4 spotlights that all have exhaust and are 0 cost. But you'd only move 1 card. I don't want to move 1. I want to move 2 at the minimum. Scam. But luckily, this random Divine, I feel it in my bones. This random Divine is going to not go to Hide Mary, not go to Tenebria. No, it's going to go to Strike a Darkness, and it's going to be really good. Ha! There you go. It is that easy. Light work. So, this Strike of Darkness is now a 0 cost base, which means we can copy it twice. We can keep one of them as the reduced cost. Then we can use a common core to swap it into a draw 1. So that, yeah, that actually works out. Which means now we are building a Ray instead. So, to build a Ray, what we are looking for, attack exclamation mark neutral cards. We are looking for another Divine. I don't think we are. At least not to my knowledge. To my knowledge, we aren't really looking for another Divine right now. But we could certainly take it. Who knows? Let's at least get a snack time here. And move on. Could you stack multiple of the 0 cost or no? I could. Like, I could use this, like, at minimum, it's gonna save me a bunch of Divine cores. So the idea, let me show you how I would use this to get the deck that I'm looking for, right? So, this is the deck we would be looking for. Now, we already have the reduced 1 cost Divine, which means we can just copy this twice, then apply a common Epiphany core at the end of the run to give it the draw 1 neutral. It's a 1 in 4 chance, so we are gonna need like maybe what, 3,000 sortie points, and then we're going to copy it another time and in the run re-epiphany it into the basic attack multiplicative by 80. While then also now being on the lookout for these neutral cards that we can then upgrade with more Divines. Yeah, the reason why we can stack them together is because one of them is going to give 150, the other one is going to be 100. You can stack different multipliers for the same thing so long as they're not exactly the same thing. And then in terms of persona, the cool part about this Ray is we don't need a persona. The cool part about this raid truly comes down to the fact that we do not need a persona, nor do we care for a persona. So the only thing we want is... Ah, we already missed Cthulhu, didn't we? Well, so I guess we're not getting Cthulhu Dagger then. Yeah, I don't know. We're looking for anything that can, like, maybe affect the team. I don't know. Not too sure. Okay, so in we go. Yeah, especially because if we now look for a persona, I'm like 99% certain we also wouldn't even be able to finish it. Pre-recorded? No. No. So, increased damage amount of haste cards. I would have loved that on our Tenebria. Unfortunately, we're not building Tenebria now. Or not building her anymore. Right? Okay, now that we have this all out of the way. Okay, what are we looking for here? Select an exhaust or the draw 2. I think we just go for the standard draw 2. So the snack time is now the right epiphany already. We are going to resonating darkness is the right epiphany. Snack time is the right epiphany. So we just wasted a bunch of coin, but that's okay. Torturous toolbox is great. If we can also get a perk on it, that would be really sweet. Yeah. And then what else are we looking for? Not too sure. Seeing as how we're gonna make everything zero cost anyway, multifaceted parallel nexus. Not that important. I didn't skip an attack exclamation mark, did I? I'd be very sad if I did. But I don't think I did. Also, we shouldn't have meditated. We should have used the training. But alright, let's see how this goes. What team are you building this Ray for and what content? Not Great Rift, right? You can build this Ray for Great Rift, yes, but you'd have to do preferably combo divine rather than cost reduction divine. And this Ray is perfect to go alongside of a Tenebria. The fruit that gives X plus 1, who would be that good for? Currently nobody. This Heart of the Jewel right here, currently good for no one, but is going to become good for Faye. Also, something I'm wondering with this. Do y'all think you could stack this multiple times or put this on a support so that it works for a teammate? Very curious. Because if you could, that'd be really good. That'd be like free AP for Faye. How many points should a good save data have at least? I don't know. Anything 120 plus would be good. Anything 160 plus would be great. And obviously 180 would be perfect. Duh. It's hard to say. Like, sometimes a good save data isn't necessarily about the save data points. Like, for example, you could make a really good 9 deck that has... You could make a really good 9 deck that has, like, I don't know, 60 save data. Because she doesn't really need divines. It's situational how much it equals like a good deck. Okay, apply engraving. I don't know if we're ever gonna apply a quietus draw thing. But whenever we do, this surely is gonna be useful. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to be running into the most amount of shops. So, that'd be pretty sad. That's also one of the things, right? Deck building, to some degree, the more specific you get in what you want to build, the better off you would be just doing the fight manually, right? Like, for example, if you get your desired divines already, and then you know, okay, I'm now looking for neutral cards, your best way to get neutral cards is through the shops. But just because you're playing on manual, it's not like you can decide yourself how many shops you're going to find. Here we're going to find 2 shops. Ooh, and also the hidden boss. Interesting. Been a while since we've seen that guy. But yeah. Oh! You know, that could actually save us a bunch of... No, I can't really think of a way on how that could save me resources. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. Okay. Assault boots. Lead card of this unit is discarded. I mean, they are already 0 cost, so is it that important? No, I think we just go with the action count increase. Yeah, sure, give me some credits. Maybe we can find an event where we can pick up like a neutral card. Also, we don't that desperately need like a copy event. Like a neutral card in this case, I was mainly talking about something like a pick out of 10 or whatever. Okay, now we need a bit of luck. Now we need a bit of luck. We are looking for the attack exclamation mark neutral card. See if we can get our hands on any of them. So, there we got one. Yeah, we do want to get rid of Predator's Blade. Okay. So... Alright. Was a tiny chance, you never know. We should have re-epiphanied one of the Striker Darknesses. Okay. Now this could be interesting. We could make something really weird out of this. But I think we're actually going to apply it to attack exclamation mark here. Okay, and there we go. We have the morale 1 AP. Like we could have applied it to a card we already epiphanied, because that's how the event works. But that probably would have been a... Oh, because we're getting the hidden boss, we get another shop. We get another shop. So if we could get one attack here, it's not that unlikely to get another one later. Okay, that's 2. That's 2. Alright. And then sure, when action count increases 30% damage bonus, it's better than nothing. Okay. And now we need to do... We don't want to re-epiphany yet. Because if we do, we lose the reduced cost, which be stupid. I'm not stupid. We do want to do the remover though, because there's a skill card in here that needs to go. Let's see, is there anything else I want to do? No, I don't think so. Boom. Okay. I should have probably picked like the quietest. Oh! Okay. You know, it could have been a Mara. It could have been another AP, but in this case, it's moved 2 exhaust cards from this pile to hand. Do I care? No, I don't, right? So, I mean, this would already have the right epiphany, and I could just I would spam Divine Orbs anyway, so we are actually going to go with this. It's not like it's going to push us above the save data limit. Here we're going to end up obviously copying this one. And now we need to be careful. Action count increase is great. The problem is it would take our middle piece out, so it's a no-go. Okay, Core of Discord. Let's get it. We have another opportunity to find our final attack exclamation mark. And we need to re-epiphany. Preferably into the upgrade card. Thank you. Okay. And now, to finish this off, the only thing we need is another attack exclamation mark. That is the only thing we need. Maybe like a perk on the side. Okay. Yeah. That's normal. When attacked, randomly apply vulnerable. Say less. Why not? Alright. Yeah. I think that's fine. And then, hey, maybe we play it together with somebody who does like an extra attack and we get a bit of morale. That's a bit of a stretch. But like the book's also kind of shit, so... Who knows? Alright. Now we just don't want to lose, preferably. Great. Damage agony when using attack cards. Do we want this? This could be fun. But no, I think we're fine. Okay. We almost finished this entire raid deck during a singular run. I think we can be very, very happy with our performance. Woohoo! I don't know how many neutral cards were available. There's a couple that are banned for the Season 3 Chaos. So the chances of us encountering this deck could have been a little higher than you would have assumed. But by no means am I gonna just be like, yeah, surely this is something everybody can do. But yeah, this went very much in our favor. And now the only thing we need to do is buy a couple Divine Cores, buy a couple Neutral Epiphany Cores, and see if we can finish the deck. A good old date in the Epion Center after the run. Exactly. So, Array. You know what? I was semi-happy with my Ray deck that I had. Like, I had one where I was like, am I gonna really invest all these cores? I get so many resources. What was the deck? This one. Look, it had everything like base, but it would have been so expensive to do this, which is why the easiest way you can get shit done is to just build it yourself, you know? So now that we have this, we need to get one of the common cores, or like 2 to 3 common cores to turn us into draw 1. We're gonna turn this one. No, I think we probably want to go 100, 150, and then 80. And then we need a common core and a couple divine cores to finish off the attacks. So, into the divine cave we go. Pop-up store, we have 1,000 points. We bought the divine cores already, we just haven't used them yet. So then, Salty. I have too many Ray decks, yes. Okay. We need, let's say, I'm gonna say 4. I'm confident we can get what we need in 4. And Divine Cores, we only need like 7. Okay. See if we can make that happen. So, Common Epiphany. No, it's the wrong deck. Let's not invest points into what isn't my my plan. All right. So, Common Epiphany. Draw 1. Wait, why are we... Oh, yeah, because we still have to apply the divine. But, alright, draw 1. Gain resolve. It's okay, we have a couple more. Draw 1. Morale. It's okay, remember, we have a couple more. Resolve. Remember, we have one more. Okay, this is cutting it a bit too close. Shit. Okay, 4 weren't enough. Luckily, we have a couple more to spend. Wait, what happens if I apply the divine first? Ah, it doesn't have a base epiphany, which is why we can't divine it. Okay. Into the salty store we go. Into the salty store we go. We're going to buy, let's say 6. 6 standard epiphany cores. Okay. Morale. It's being a little stubborn. Draw 1. There we go. Easy. As I said, only 4 cores. And now that we have this out of the way, the next step should be super simple. Because this one is actually guaranteed, if you didn't know. Aww, I thought I could trick the game. But no, there should be a 1 in 3. I hope this is not going to take too long. There we go. 1 morale. Now that we have the 1 morale, we have 9 divine cores. Our purpose with these divine cores is to get the gain 1 AP epiphany twice. This is how you do it once. And this is how you do it twice. And before you start screaming, streamer client, pre-recorded, hacked, what are you doing? No way it's that easy. Let me show you the way this looks like, the math. This thing doesn't have that many epiphanies. You have treat it as a common card, decrease ego skill cost, move 2, apply, retain, and initiation, but you have 5 different versions of gain 1 AP. 6 actually. So there's 6 different gain 1 AP versions, whereas the other ones themselves are only 4. So it's not that difficult. Alright. And yeah. This is how you build the Ray deck. All it takes is a okay auto run. And then yeah, it really isn't that hard, right? It's like it can't be that difficult. So yeah. I missed a copy event though. I don't need a copy event. What would I copy event? Do I need another Strike of Darkness? Like, you think I'm going to... See, think about it like this. Because we didn't do the copy event, we didn't have to pay the 40 save data for the copy. And so you think I'm going to go out of my way to get something like this, activate all basics in hand, but lose 2 of the attack exclamation marks? I don't think so. How is it so easy for me to build? I am good at what I do. I like gambling and I'm a fan of statistics. Like, I know my odds. Sometimes I know my odds and it still fucks me over, but like building a deck like this isn't as difficult as it looks. Like, I know it looks super shiny and all that stuff, but it isn't as difficult as you would like to pretend it is. Why are we building this build? Because this is the perfect support for a Tenebria. No Persona card? Yeah, no Persona card. And that is because of how an Arpeggio Tenebria gets calculated, in that she majorly benefits from multiplicative bony, and additive bony only get added on top at the end after all the other calculations. So you cannot trigger. So okay, basically yeah. The way Arpeggio calculates, simplified, super simplified. The way Arpeggio calculates is it takes this number times, like it takes 18% times the number of rhythm cards you have available, which is either going to be 6 or 7 if you have a card that gets treated as a rhythm card in your hand. But it's not like you first add the additive on top and then multiply it by the number of rhythm cards. No, you first multiply by the number of rhythm cards, making it effectively something that has really high base damage, so that a additive bony at the end isn't going to be as big, right? Why are we building this outside Rift, right? You could even use this in the Rift. I don't think this is gonna be that bad to use in the Rift, but sure, you could definitely build a version without the attack exclamation marks if you wanted to use her for Rift. But I think what can you? Somebody said you cannot increase the action count of an enemy in Rift, right? So this wouldn't work? No. What are the odds of getting reduce 1 divine and finding 3 attack exclamation mark cards? Not that bad actually, because you know, if you remember, the reduce 1 cost divine is actually just the gain 1 AP divine applied to a card that has 1 AP cost. Very important, right? Like this divine, gain 1 AP is actually the same as reduced cost, just on a card that doesn't cost 0. And then because every god has that divine... Deck building in CCN is easy for people who are unemployed and hate showers. See, the first part... Sure, but... Second one? It's a little strange. Sure, if you want to smack me that first one on my head, I mean, sure, why not? Call it what it is, right? But second one is just a little, it's like, man, no showers, huh? Since when? How do you know that I don't? But yeah, what else? What now? I still want to build the Tenebria deck. Still want to build the Tenebria deck for Maylin Arpeggio. Brother, I work 50 hours a week and deck building isn't hard, LMAO. Yeah, I mean, auto runs, like it really just goes like this, right? You do a run and things work. Could multiple spotlight upgrades generate multiple spotlight exhausts? Yes, they could. But the problem is they generate the base version spotlight, which is this one. They generate move 1 rhythm card, decrease cost of that card by 2. They don't generate this one, move 2. Right? That'd be the only issue with it. But yeah, you can stack this multiple times. And then you don't have to ever draw the spotlights, and you would get 4 0 cost spotlights that move 1. Could I show you a Tenebria deck? Sure. This is my main Tenebria deck going... this is probably what's my main Tenebria deck's going to be. No, not this one. This one. So, a Spotlight 0 cost with treated as a common card, draw 1. Then this call and response is something I'm thinking of changing. I like my Encore 0 cost for cost reduction. Photo time is something I'm most likely gonna cut, even though I don't want to cut it. I refuse to believe I can't just keep it in through sheer power of will. But no, Arpeggio is definitely, in terms of like raw damage output, Tenebria's best choice. Alright, now that we got this Ray deck finished, let's give her one more chance. Let's give Tenebria one more chance to show us that she wants to work together with Maylin. Is the move better than the Activate Spotlight? They do the same thing. They do the same thing if you know what you're doing. So let me explain it, I guess, briefly. So the difference between the move and the Activate Spotlight. The move Spotlight is going to cost you 2, but if you get a Divine, it's going to cost you 1. You can then pay 1 cost to, on the Arpeggio line, skip the line and only activate this one and this one, the high payoff cards, right? And then you'd be like, well, how would the move Epiphany be able to compete with that, right? But the thing is, with the move Epiphany, it costs you nothing. So if you get in, let's say, an AP Divine on it, this actually generates you 1 AP. And what you then can end up doing is, in terms of the Arpeggio order, you can select the 1 cost, 5 cost, and 4 cost. And the way you do that is you do 5 cost into 4 and into 1, which guarantees you that the 5, 4, and the 1 cost get put on top of the deck. You will always draw the 1 cost, and then you can play the 1 cost to draw the 5 cost and the 4 cost. It's like a contained cycle. With one of them, you just select 5 and 4 instead, but with the skill card, you pick out these 3, you put them on top of the deck, and you use the 1 cost to draw the other 2. Effectively giving you both move 3 and draw 3 by using this Arpeggio. The order you select matters. Yes, think of it like this. If this is your deck, what you select first gets put on top first, then the other one, and then the final one, and then the top card is what gets drawn. So whatever you select last comes to your hand. And also you can, I would like to say you can get a bit more creative as well with the Spotlight, because this Spotlight could also become treated as a common card, draw a common card, because it is 0 cost. So you could take the 1 cost price tag, but make sure that every time you use a Spotlight, you're also drawing another Spotlight. Alright. I see I've been doing it wrong. I thought it was RNG. Still have to play 4 and 5. Yes, but 4 and 5 will be 0 cost. Now, the reason why 4 and 5 will be 0 cost is because before you do this, you will have at least played a Arpeggio chain. So, think of it like this, right? You first play your first Arpeggio chain normally, which is going to cause you to at least have 3 different Arpeggios in the graveyard. And then having those, basically, you're going to first find the 0 cost. 0 cost is going to draw you down to 2. Because you draw it with this card, it goes down to 1. And because this card will decrease cost, no, this one is in the graveyard, right? So you have 3 in the graveyard. This one already goes from a 3 to a 1 cost. Because you've drawn it with the 1 cost, it becomes 0 cost. F? Aww. Did the stream die? Are we still live? Yo, YouTube people. Twitch is having a mental breakdown. Are we fine? You're back? Okay. Great. It's back. But Twitch is dead. What do you do about that? What do you do about that? Well... Ah! We're back. Awesome. So, everything just fixed itself. That is my favorite kind of problem. Every problem that fixes itself on its own, that's my kind of favorite. Okay. So, right? As I said, you're gonna have played the entire chain, which makes 0, 2, and 3 be in your graveyard. Then you draw 1. 1 is gonna draw 4, but it's gonna reduce 4 cost. And then it will also be in the graveyard. It doesn't even really make a difference for 4, but 4 will be 0 cost already, 5 will be 0 cost already. The 0 draws you the 1, yes. Look, so the 0 cost says draw one of the lowest rhythm cards in hand, which is always going to be the 1 cost. So the 1 cost then becomes 0 cost, which you can then use to draw the 2 cost and the 3 cost, and then the 2 cost to trigger the 3 cost, and the 3 cost to trigger the 4 cost. I'm not too sure if I prefer gain 1 AP or draw a common card on Spotlight. Gain 1 AP has the benefit of making the entire Arpeggio combo 0 cost. Because the only thing you have to pay for is the 1 cost Arpeggio. And draw has the benefit of draw. I build a Rita X Tene, it's hella damage. Ooh. So if I'm trying to get a 0 cost morale on Cassie's Devil Dice, which cost do I buy in Sortie to reroll the card? Okay. So if you want to get a Devil Dice like this, right? If you wanted to get a Devil Dice like this, there's 2 ways you can go about it. Way number 1 is you end up playing the run. And in that run, you're just looking for the neutral epiphany, gain 2 morale. You're going to get yourself 3 copies of that. And then you're going to be fine with the run. You're going to be finished. And then you're going to be buying divine cores. They're called abyssal cores. And then you're going to spam the abyssal cores until you hit reduce cost of this card by 1. The easier way would be going into a run, finding a divine, and getting any Devil Dice divine that has reduced cost by 1, and then just changing the base epiphany of Devil Dice by using a common core. So 2 ways. You either farm the divine first and then use the common core to get 2 morale, or you farm the 2 morale common epiphany first and then get the divine on top of it. Okay, where were we? Ah. That's not good. F? Maybe. Connecting. Are we dead again? Maybe not. Maybe we are. I don't know. Wait, what the fuck? How are we back? Are we back? What the fuck? That's clutch. I thought we would be dead. But apparently we're not dead yet. Huh. Curious. Okay, whatever. Let's get that perfect Tenebria deck. Connection problems? I don't know. I'm checking my connection. It doesn't say it's dying, you know? But it doesn't mean the most, does it now? Wait, no, me checking my inventory and seeing I have a unit selector. Whoa! You should use that one, probably. Do you theory craft the Tenebria deck for Maylin? Yes. I am, I can show you. That's the deck I want to build. So this is what I want. This is what I want. Spotlight with either reduce cost to this card or treat it as a common card epiphany. A Encore with extra hit additions. A call and response. You know, the call and response I'm not too sure. Probably the draw 2 version. A Persona with either draw or discard. And Crescendo. Or Crescendo, I guess. The green one. The green one. You have Devil Dice at 0 cost. I just need the morale to do... Don't want to waste resources on the 1 core. Okay. Common cores. If you already have the 0 cost, then you want to get the cores for 650 that allow you to get a common epiphany. I don't know what exactly the name of them is, but you've seen me use them, right? You've seen me use them. Just read the description. The core that says gives a common epiphany. That is the one you want to use. on the devil dices if they're already 0 cost. Wait, but you have a devil dice at 0 cost, but do you have the devil dice at 0 cost because it's a 0 cost epiphany, or do you have it at 0 cost because you have it divined? There is a difference between the two. Because if you just have the base devil dice at 0 cost, then that's not gonna help you. Unfortunately. He back, he never left. That's what I like to pretend. Is it divine reduce or the basic 0 cost though? The divine reduction, exactly. Is it the divine reduction or the basic one? Because if it's just the basic 0 cost one, then it's not going to help anyone. Did my question come through in chat? I don't know. Oh, should you do Swamp of Judgment for Tenebria's gear? I've read that in a couple of places but wanted to ask you. It depends. Like, both give you pretty similar results. The seasonal planet is a lot more likely to give you a divine spotlight, whereas the Swamp of Judgment has higher average gear. So what you need to ask yourself is, how many sortie points are you willing to invest to get the deck you want? If you have, let's say, infinite sortie points, then you want to play Swamp of Judgment, because Swamp of Judgment has a higher baseline quality of gear. You still have to get the engravings, but at the end of the day, higher baseline quality of gear, right? On the other hand, Seasonal Chaos gives you a way higher likelihood of ending up with an already properly divined, spotlight. So attack exclamation mark, is it banned from the Great Rift? I don't think so. But I think you don't want to bring it into the Great Rift because it's all about action count and you don't want to take too many actions. I'm not too sure. Haven't bothered with Great Rift much yet. Understood, thank you. No problem. Would the Tenebria partner be worth it? Depends on how much you like Tenebria, how much you can see her play how much you can see yourself play her in the future, and what kind of damage expectations you have from her. You can probably expect like a 15 to 20% increase in Tenebria's damage. And you might be able to use the partner in the future on somebody like a Shizuru or a Rita if you play your cards right. It's a good partner, no doubt. It's a partner that adds crit damage, which is always really hard to find outside of the dedicated partners. And Psionics. Psionics have a problem in that they don't have that great of a 4-star partner assortment. Also, dumb question, if they buffed... did they buff Cthulhu Man showing up in Chaos? There could have been. There could have been one of like those in the upgrade tree and you didn't have that before, but no, they didn't specifically buff him. Okay. You could use her with Rita? Yes, you could. You could use the Aria partner with Rita to get some benefit out of her. But if you want the full buff, then you still want to run Rita with Tenebria, just not Tenebria with her partner, but put the partner on Rita. But no, technically nothing stops you. You get a 16% attack multiplier, 8% basic attack multiplier, 20% crit damage increase, and a 20% multiplicative basic attack damage increase. Like, Arya is really good for basic attack focused characters. Okay. I am looking for the 1 cost move to Spotlight with the 0 with the reduced cost to 0 divine. Or reduced cost by 1. I don't know if there was like a misunderstanding, but I wasn't really looking for the Spotlight weakness attack 1 tenacity neutral epiphany. Well, okay. Ooh. The real question is, am I willing to sacrifice a perfectly fine deck and like 40,000 sortie points just to build my Mei Lin Tenebria? I'm gonna have to look through my decks and see what's available. But I could if I wanted to. I just have to be sure that I'm going to stick with the treat it as a common card divine rather than the gain 1 AP divine for my Arpeggio Tenebria. Be funny, do it. I think it's going to be hilarious, yes. But I'm already going to have to spend 32,000 points just to fix up Mei Lin, which is already like 4 runs. It's a lot of sortie. And if I then have to do like another 40,000 points, that's even more sortie. Woohoo! Yes, indeed. But no, let's have a look. I need to check a couple of my Tenebria save datas and see which ones I could transform where to make what, right? So, we have this one's gonna stay. This one's gonna stick. I'm not gonna touch this one. This one here would be a candidate to be used. And that is because we have a couple nice engravings with damage of haste, and we have a Cthulhu gun. And we already have the right base epiphany, which is gain 1 AP, which would change into reduce cost by 1 if we were to change the base epiphany. So we could transform these 4 spotlights into something else. I would have to epiphany this rhythm start into crescendo. So this is 40,000 points. And I probably would have had to re-epiphany this one, so it's like 48. And then maybe I'd have to re-epiphany this one as well. But no. And we could also technically keep that one. But I'd still want to give it a divine. I mean, I want to give it a divine anyway, so let's do the divine first. See what happens. Gain 1 AP. You know what? That actually works, because even if I change it over into... Even if I change it over into this one, for the next 3 rhythm cards activated, decrease cost by 1 and add 1 hit, it would work because... it would work because this one is at base 1 cost, so the gain 1 AP would transfer to this into 0 cost. But it's 40,000 points, 48,000 sortie points. And I get like, what, 10,000 a run? I mean... It would work. What else do we have? This one already has reduced cost, so it's the same idea. Here we probably, like, okay, this be the same investment, but this doesn't even have a persona. This one at least does have a persona. This one here has nothing. This one here has treated as a common card, a half-eaten persona, and a couple questionable engravings, but it at least has the right base crescendo. This one is workable. And then this one here, it's a decent epiphany, so, but this probably also be 48,000. And then I have treated as a common card rather than whatever else I'm looking for. This one here, we could also change. We also have gain 1 AP. It's just the spotlight draw epiphany. Why? I don't know. But it's how the run decided to turn out. This one here is whatever. This one here, yeah, so... We have technically 3 different sets of 4 copy spotlights that we could hypothetically turn into what we need. It's just, the problem isn't necessarily that it's gonna cost us, let's say, 40,000 points. No, the problem is it's gonna cost me 40,000 points and 32,000 points for Mei Lin. That is like the real issue. Not necessarily too much of that, but more of like that, you know? So I'd probably have to do like 10 sorties. Which is only like 200 minutes, which is only like 3 hours, but that is still 3 hours of back to back to back to back E6 Hyde Mary 20-minute sorties. And that is if I am calculating at 10k per run. But it would be so much easier. It would be so much easier if we could just get the right base here. You know? It would save me a whole lot of trouble. Like, if I already have these auto runs, might as well see if they end up working. Like, in both cases, or maybe we should do another Mei Lin run. Maybe we should do another Mei Lin run and hope Mei Lin has mercy on us and Mei Lin gets the right epiphany. None of these two options is more likely than the other. So, I don't know. At least the persona is easy to do. And we're done. Also, I kind of have to build a Veronica. I don't want to build a Veronica. I don't want to build a Veronica, but I have to. I've been refusing for too long. Hey, Noctis, appreciate the follow. I've been refusing to build myself a proper draw Veronica for too long. I mean, I could keep refusing it, but that would require me to build a Adelheid. 4x AP on repose, something like that. Or, if possible, treat it as a common card repose. The likelihood of that is, again, as abysmal as you would expect it to be. But sure. I mean, we have a couple auto runs. Maybe if this one fails, we're just going to settle for building a Veronica. And see if that one goes anywhere. Like, that's the beautiful thing, right? It could always happen. Right? Nothing stops this from being the run to save me a bunch of time. Okay, come on. Cthulhu gun. Okay. There we go. Alright. Cthulhu gun acquired. Now, is this gonna turn into anything of worth? Probably not. It's just we have a good starting part, you know. We have like a good base. There's only checks, notes, a couple of sorties, indeed. It will probably be like 15 fucking sorties. Like if I keep just smacking on more and more characters that I want to build at the same time, unsurprisingly, the number of sorties I need to play just keep going up and up and up. Do I need to re-epiphany? I do not. I do not need to re-epiphany. And there is no question. I mean, maybe we get a divine the normal way before we get to the boss. You never know. Right? You never know. Let's see. So for us to get the divine the normal way just means we get in the standard epiphany. Get a standard epiphany. Okay, Dominion again. We don't need you this time. Luke Tower push when? Good question. Maybe when they finally decide to show him some love, but we could probably beat 150 tower. I mean, there's so many good decks we could just build, especially with either cost reduction or treat it as a common card or whatever else our mind can come up with. So it's not that difficult to make happen. It's just annoying. Okay. Epiphany before we get to the copy event? No? Okay, now we're in deep water. Because now we'd be having to hope we get 2 good epiphanies. 2 good divine epiphanies instead of 1. But if we can't even manage to get 1, how likely are we to get 2? Right? Which engravings would we be fishing for? Haste multiplicative increase, 15% crit chance increase on 15 cards in deck, 30% increase on 7 cards in graveyard, 15 on 15 cards in graveyard. Those are like the big 3. Haste damage increase on 7 cards in graveyard, and damage increase on and crit damage increase on 15 cards in graveyard. Those are like the 3 big engravings you'd be looking for on a Tenebria. Photo time. Okay, there we go. We have a spotlight. It didn't divine, so we can just go like, and we can chuck this run in the trash, and then we can whip out our Veronica, and it's going to be peak. But I don't remember how many autos we still have left. So there's a decent chance we might just be out of runs. Yeah. Okay. Then that settles it. No runs means no runs. There's nothing I need to worry about. There's nothing I can do. We can just wait until reset to get 2 more, but I might just get a 2 more instead of 2 more. So maybe we just tone it down a little on the amount of chaoses we're playing in a day. Let me think. So if we do Tenebria Ray, could I smack in a Cassius? Sure I could. And working it should. Okay, let's check it out. Let's check it out what it was worth. We have a Tenebria deck. We have a Ray deck. We have our super fancy new triple attack exclamation mark 1 divine gain 1 AP deck. And then we're going to get a Cassasius. Yeah. Let's go! Okay, so 0 draws 1, 1 draws 2 and 3. This is gonna activate nothing useful. That was to be expected. Because why would you activate something useful if you could also just not do that? But yeah. Time to shine. Okay. So it's great. The card is lead, which means nothing changes. Awesome. Pew! Are you even geared, Tenebria? No, you're not. Yeah, whatever this is. How do I fix you? What even went wrong in the first place? Somebody stole your gear. Must have been a Malin. It's always Malin stealing the gear. Okay, now that we have this out of the way, now we're looking proper. I should have just beat the simulation stage before doing this, but unimportant. We are striving for perfection. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's get it. Now the Malin hate is insane. I just don't have a deck ready. What am I meant to do? Right? Like, surely you should absolutely support me on this. Like, I just don't have a deck ready. What did you think I was gonna do? I like the fact that photo time is still here. Everybody else is like, no, you have to cut photo time. You cannot do it. And yeah, I refuse. Photo time stays. Photo time a real one. Photo time a day one even. Photo time needs to stay. That's very important. See, it came back. Shout out photo time. Oh. Yeah, because there's nothing in our deck, because we have to redraw our deck, because otherwise we're not, yeah, we are not drawing nothing. Alright. Boom. Ba. Boop. Bop. And we haven't even played half our combo. Man, sometimes life pretty good. Sometimes life good. Sometimes life good. Pew! Okay, the first real test, Mr. 105. You know, I really love Mr. 105, and I kinda despise his big brother, Mr. 135. That is not because 135 is more difficult. No, I love the fact that he's more difficult. No, what I hate is the time it takes you to get there. That is what the real problem is. You hate floor 140 the most? Isn't that the Robo, guys? Ah, 141 specifically? Mm-hmm. Aiming, glad to see you here from SMB. Is SMB officially dead? I think it died with the half anniversary. Like, no shade or nothing, but that's just how it went. Maybe even a bit before that. I guess we're just gonna say I'm gonna blame T-Day, and it's going to make enough sense. We can all just collectively blame T-Day, and it's going to be fine. Yes, photo time. Show 'em what you got. Awesome. We love you, photo time. You're so good. Now it's gonna be all this like annoying cost change. Time to shine. Okay. Alright. Let's get it, big boy. Mr. 104,000 health or something when he... Okay, he heals for 20%, which makes that 17,000, so like 112k. 112k. We've seen beefier guys, so it shouldn't be too bad. Alright, let's continue drawing. Time to shine? Oh, this shit is so awfully convenient. It's sickening. Alright. Bah! And that wasn't even any, there wasn't much. Like, we had so many more punches to pull. We didn't even use Tene ult. 24,000 damage times 2 should be classified as a war crime. Bah. Bah, 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 bah. Have you kind of figured out more of the Tene stuff in the past week? I saw your earlier bits and had to work 60 hours, so I haven't caught up yet. There is a lot of shit, yes. Between Faye and the Tenebria, who do you enjoy more? I'm a sucker for hyper carries. I love Shizu and I love Rin, so it's not fair to compare the two. Because at the end of the day, no matter what I want to say, lovely Faye is right up my alley. And I'm not even gonna try to defend it. I wouldn't really be able to give it like a proper fair judgment, if you know what I mean. But yeah, no, I think I prefer this deck over Veronica, and that is just because more damage. We're just getting more damage boosts from Mr. Cassius. We're getting a bit of morale, even though morale doesn't do much, it doesn't do nothing. So it ends up working out in our favor, I'd like to say. Give me the 2-cost dice trick. What about in a basic attack buff Naja? She doesn't basic attack buff enough. She is still... Like, okay, for Tenebria's strongest deck, Arpeggio, you really want high multiplicative bony. That is just how you get the most out of it, right? For any other deck, you're totally fine, maybe even in a really good spot. Like for any other deck where it's not just Tene doing the damage, but multiple characters, you can bring a Naja, because she can bring draw, she can bring AP, she can bring the permanent damage buff. with her, like the plus 50 plus permanent veracity heal, it just might not be the best in all situations, I guess. But yeah, no, it's more like it doesn't fit. It doesn't really fit Arpeggio as a playstyle. Naja, that is. But yeah, no, I think this Ray is really nasty and probably really good for Rita or Shizuru as well. Starting to regret my E6 height. E6 Tene looks really good. Brother, come on. Come the fuck on. You didn't just say that. Like, at some point you can't just always glaze the newest thing. Right? Just because Tenebria is new and shiny doesn't mean that she has a higher value than an E6 height Mary. Right? Like, maybe that is what the devs want you to think, but that's just not how it is. I don't know. I don't know how to formulate it any better than, yeah, no. No. What be a good persona for Yuki? You either do the striker persona, 5 hits, 9 exhaust, plus 50% damage per hit. Or you just do a standard plus 120 by 60 discard 2 persona, right? Height E6 is limited, lol, that as well. You would never be happy, indeed. If you start regretting your decision on getting an E6 height Mary right now, then you will indeed have a very tough time, as they so well said it, to be happy. Huh? It's gonna be a little difficult. Gonna be a little difficult for you, my guy. Oh no, wait, we can already cheese over and do one cost. That was stupid. No way, it doesn't really make a difference. No, it does make a difference. But it's alright. In the grand scheme of things, it really doesn't make much of a difference. Because this enemy is bigger than Megadeth. But yeah. At some point we're gonna make it to 135. Surely. Okay, let me play one of the epiphanies. Let's do quest card. Quest card early, always the best. Boom. Do I have the raid deck posted somewhere? Let me hook you up. I'm gonna make a video about it later today. Quite sure, but here you go. If you want to have a look at it right now. There you go. Yeah, I'll show you the decks after the entire run. And I'll explain a bit about it, no problem. But for now, it's just a mindless grind of trying to get to stages where the HP amount isn't just, oh well, they are dead. So yeah. Is it the website, my own website? No, but I know the guy that makes it, and I'm going to in the next few weeks, whenever I find the time, integrate this deck building style into my own website, so you can check all the build ideas and all that stuff that, like all the builds I use. Basically, I rebuild my entire account and all my builds, so that you can always have a look at them. If you know what I mean. That's kind of gonna be the idea. I've been grinding my ass off for 2 days to get the Cthulhu gun for your Tenebria. Still nothing, almost 30 runs, faced them 4 times, no gun, sob. If you're looking for just overall gear quality, maybe you want to take your runs and take them into the Swamp of Judgment. Because the Swamp of Judgment has 2 high quality items that you could get that both are equally good. You can either find the Cthulhu and then get the Cthulhu gun, or you can play through it through the duration of the Swamp of Judgment, and then, if you're lucky, encounter the rare version of the What Are You Doing in the Forest event. You'll know it when you see it. And it gives you this like 2-sided split shield that gives you a permanent attack increase, similar to what a Cthulhu gun would do for you. And in the meantime, you can farm 6% crit chance, 12% crit damage, weapon slash dagger. No. Chest piece slash weapon, right? So yeah, you might just want to take your farming there, so that you have 2 super high drops if you really care about getting that perfect Tenebria gear. Yeah, pretty much. The rare event is so ass to get. I mean, there is a fate that makes it more likely for rare events to appear. Like, I'm not just saying you're gonna get it the first time you do it, but it's better to have 2 chances rather than to not play on that planet and only have to hope for Cthulhu and then hope that Cthulhu drops you a 1 in 6. Right? Like, there's 6 different items Cthulhu can give you, so you might as well, you know? You might as well. Alright, these guys are gonna die. And it's not gonna be nice. Okay, it's gonna be nice, but for me, not for them. My deck is empty. I can see that. Thank you, game. I didn't notice. Appreciate it. Ah, they're already gone. The enemies are already gone. It's already over. We haven't even done anything. Why are they already dead? Fuck. No. So tough. So sad. Alright, Houndmaster. Ooh, this is gonna hurt a lot. Like, straight from the get-go. It's gonna be decent set of ouchies. I just love it when turns just keep on going. Like, you think the turn is already over, but it isn't. I just love that. But I think we have all the like cards that need to go out already again. Besides this shuffle, right? Besides this shuffle. Okay, you again. Alright, it's time we cook. Let's figure things out. So, draw one, encore is alright. Hit this guy here, that is sweet. Use the discard persona. That one can stay, that one can stay. You can go, and you can go. Draw a couple more cards. I've been seeing a few people do that as creators recently. What? Do you stand up to game? No. No, I am clearly sitting. But no, I swap between, but yeah, I majorly, majority of the time I'm walking around on my own 2 feet, yes. Thanks, I should do this instead to at least have decent build for her before min-maxing. I hope my advice from like 10 minutes ago finally reached you. That's great. That's awesome. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hard would it be to build a deck for Tenebria? Okay, to define deck. Are you looking for a deck? Or are you looking for something that's actually like... How good is the deck supposed to be? Because the thing with Tenebria is you're keeping in basics so that you can afford more divines. But there's no point keeping in the basics, having all the save data space if you don't max it out, right? You're not really using her full potential. So there's always this certain level of like, obviously you can always go higher and higher, so on and so forth, but like she has a higher base level of investment to fully justify what you're doing, like something like that. Would anybody be able to reach Master in the Great Rift without Tenebria? I don't know, I haven't looked into it, but I would assume at least, especially right now, seeing as how the Great Rift is still relatively fresh, it is possible. Staying in Master until the end of the Great Rift, now that is where things become a little dicey. That is where things become a little questionable. That is where things become a little hard to predict. Okay, we again have all the like, oh, I need to play this card now type cards played out. Awesome. Okay, so our first high tier boss. Let's see how we do. Have some high hopes. don't really fear this boss much. I think this boss is, yeah, it's gonna be a boss, alright? Also, it is so awfully convenient that we can just search for the strikes of darkness so that we can just play them before we play whatever else we would want to play. Alright. I selected the wrong ones. Whoopsie. I'm sorry, boss. I wanted to hurt you a little more than this, but it's gonna be alright. You're gonna be okay. Alright, and then let's see. Let's just move them over. Again, wrong order. Whoopsie. But it's not that important. It's not like this boss had that much health, so... This next guy is going to be important. This next guy is going to be interesting. Let's see how smooth we can make things. For the Divines, you just reset the chaos for early event that gives question mark Divine AP on Spotlight, right? You have two choices, right? You do AP / cost reduction because it's the same Divine on Spotlight, depending on if you go for the 2 cost or the 0 cost. Or you look that he gives you his exclusive Epiphany, which is treated as a common card, draw a common card, which allows you to use it to draw more of itself. So for example, here we use one Spotlight, but it's always gonna draw us another Spotlight. Or wait. That's even better actually. I didn't even think of that synergy. You know what's crazy? This deck works a lot better than I thought it. Like it works even better than I thought it to work together. Because look at this. Treat it as a common card, draw a common card. But these ones are also common cards. And you actually want to get these attack exclamation mark ones. Because they can help you fish for a couple other interesting cards as well. So you are even able to properly utilize almost all of the treated as a common card epiphanies. Like if you don't have any neutral cards in the deck, and you find yourself in a situation where you have, let's say, 4 copies of one of these, usually you can, for example, use the first one to draw the second one to draw the third one, and then the third one to draw the fourth one. But when you play the fourth one, there's obviously nothing more left to draw. So I guess there's even a bit of an advantage there as well. But not that we need it, but I think it's kind of nice, at least. I could have probably played this better. Have you tried anything other than Arpeggio? I tried the rhythm build with Mei Lin. Wasn't bad, but wasn't really impressed. I am working on getting a crescendo build going. I do like rhythm just for what it does. You just have to think about ways on... Like, rhythm is just simple in the fact that you can just get all the rhythms in hand, play a rhythm, and then all of them play. And then you just have to think about, okay, how do I now get the rhythms back so that I can then again play more of the rhythms? Or even more specifically, maybe how could you like get the rhythms back but then also draw the rhythms again? So something I, for example, thought about is, what if you use an Adelheid and you make all the rhythms blessing cards so that when a rhythm gets played, and activates another rhythm, that rhythm is then a blessing card, so that when it gets played, it draws a rhythm, and because it then drew that rhythm is then going to get activated, but because it's a blessing card, it's then going to get played, and that's going to activate. So basically, you only need one rhythm, and the other ones could be wherever. And then the rhythm would draw into a rhythm, into a rhythm, into a rhythm, and then because it's still a chain, the rhythm would still activate whatever it draws through the blessing effect. But yeah, that'd be, for example, something like that. Would I make a guide to the new Great Rift boss? The guys to the top 100 without Tenebria would be cool to see how to do it for people that didn't get her. I always like to give myself like a week before I bother with Great Rift, because I could have made a video on day 1, I could have shown you how you get 1,000,000 points, but by now 1,000,000 points might not even be enough to still be in the top 100, right? Like, I always give myself the time to at least let things develop. No need to like rush and be like, hey yo, here, you need to build this, and then you spend all that time building it, and then you don't even get rewarded for your effort, you know? Also, what we're going to try is oh, somebody rings my bell. 1 sec. It is indeed the time to shine. It always was, always will be. Alright, let's continue on. Is there anything else I need to play? Anything that needs to go? No. Huh, so our deck is played through. That is very nice. Okay, it's a cost lady. Speaking of divines, how hard would it be to get the necessary divines for a Ray? These ones are relatively simple. And that is because there is only like 10 different divines and 6 of them are gain 1 AP. So getting a gain 1 AP on attack exclamation mark is something you can rather easily do with cores after a run. On the other hand, you need to get 2 cost reduction or combo, whatever you find, right? Like you either find combo or cost reduction divines on Striker Darknesses. Those could be a bit harder to get. But you can also, again, always just force them with cores. Just don't try to search for the combo divine with cores. Rather get the combo divine through playing. Yeah, should have kinda wasted a precious draw. Kinda wasted a precious draw there. Okay, that was at least cheap, which is nice. If you're ever wondering what time is it, it is the time to shine. Remember that. Okay, let's get to it. 218,000-ish? Like 180 plus 20, so like 36, so yeah, like 218-ish thousand, right? Hey, why not use Tene ult now so that you could take max damage? Because the enemy will already die. we cannot test max damage against somebody who's gonna die. See, this is the thing, right? Yeah. No, it's that straightforward. We cannot test max damage against something that's already dead. But it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it, so let's get to it. Debating how much AP I want to spend on getting rid of this. Would 2 AP be okay? It should be, so let's do it then. Okay, so a little bit done, a lot more to go. Bop. Boop. Bam. Bitch. And what else do we have in the draw pile? We have the Persona. Persona would be kind of cool. We have another draw 1 attack card, which we're going to get naturally. We have this Arpeggio here, but that is really not of relevance. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's do Spotlight and put these 3 back into rotation. Then use this one to draw the other 2. I guess we're just gonna let it develop. I think it's not that deep. Alright, bop, boop. And no. And then put them back in. Oh, I misplayed. But that's okay. It's all part of the plan. Yeah, it wasn't even really much of a misplay actually. So oh, he is so dead. We don't even need to use Encore. But you know what the crazy thing is? Nobody can stop me from using Encore. So fuck this guy. And yes, I again selected the wrong combo. I'm getting a couple of these confused. But that's alright. Yeah, we probably would have done 300k plus. Tough shit! But yeah, with my limited gems, should you pull for Tenebria or Faye? Tenebria should do more for your account in the sense that she opens up a couple more builds, is pretty damn good as a sortie carry, interacts with basic attacks in a way that nobody else does, opens up more safe data space for your supports. Like, okay, think of it like this, for example. Outside of Faye, outside of a Tenebria, this Ray deck would be useless, right? Because it has 2 basic attacks. Bah, useless. Why would you do that? With the Tenebria, this shit is pretty fucking good. The same is also true, for example, for Cassius. This Cassius deck is already pretty sweet, but you know what would be sweeter? Getting an additional Devil Dice. Because what's better than 3 Devil Dice that give you Toll Morale? 4. And the way you can do that is by keeping in basic attack 1 and 2. And then have Tenebria let those be deleted. Can you do that without a Tenebria? No. Can you do that with a Tenebria? Yes. So, right? On the other hand, Faye herself, selfish, main DPS, high hit count, nice card interactions, a lot of fucking draw. And X-Cost cards. But it doesn't really matter. It's not like any of them are limited. Season 4 is on the horizon as well. If you summon for everything, you'll never have enough gems. Unless you get lucky. So go for whoever you like. If you don't like Tenebria's look, if you don't like her cards, if you don't like the idea of fighting with an idol, then don't. Then wait for the Chinese baddie that comes in and summons a fucking demon. So to hit people with a falling X called the falling X from the 9 heavens. Like, exactly. See? Infinite Fiasco understands it. He just says, I don't like her, I want Faye. Boom. Problem solved. You don't like her, go for Faye. Don't care. Like, you will be able to beat whatever you need to beat with or without Tenebria. If you want to build more decks and if you have interest in basic attack decks, get a Tenebria. If you don't, you shouldn't. Who doesn't want to shine? Exactly. Don't let the Reddit Doom posting fool you. Tenebria is good. What do you mean, don't let the Reddit Doom posting fool you? Tenebria is good. Who said Tenebria is bad? Tenebria is disgusting. But yeah, no, indeed. At the end of the day, pull for who you like and that's all that matters. Is Faye preseason season 4? Yes, Faye is in just 17 days and 8 hours, if you can believe it. You saw Tenebria has indirect remove card for other combatants, which is kind of useful. Indeed. Indeed. You only want Tenebria for the wallpaper? It's a pretty good wallpaper. It's a pretty good wallpaper. There are hella Doom posters, but it's the internet, so there will always be them. They're calling her a brick. Oof. Maybe we should take a brick and throw it at them. But hey, 'tis what it is, right? What can you do about it? But yeah, she cooks, she cooks. How old is CZN Tenebria? I don't want to know. I mean, I'm just going to pretend. We are going to pretend it's going to be what it is, and then it's all going to be fine, alright? You said Tenebria Ray Rita team is good, correct? You could build something like a Tenebria Rita Ray team. Is it going to be the best team in existence? No. But it's going to be a team that's fun, it's going to be a team that's intrinsically synergistic, and it's going to be a team that uses Rita. So that is already a massive plus. Shout out my girl Rita. I don't know, I get the feeling I want to upgrade or change one of these into something else. But I don't know what. To love you some Rita, exactly. There's arguments for everything, right? There's arguments for everything, and man, we need a fucking rotation. How hard could it be to have these on a rotation? I mean, this one's clearly right, the most important one. What memory fragments? You can do 2-piece, 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 attack, crit damage, and basic attack. You can do passion 2-set with 2-set crit damage. You could do hero, you could do line of justice if you use 2-cost cards. You could use the 35% crit damage set for 1-cost cards. Or you could use the passion and void 15% crit chance on the condition that you take the discard persona. ZZZ's bang boo sniffer sniffer. How is this a lobby? Huh? How is this a lobby? How did we get here? Right? How did we get here? And then there are still people saying Serenial is not strong. Serenial is bad. The best or the worst one, it depends on who you ask. Indeed. Indeed. You're glad Yuki Lobby isn't all goonified? Well... The only explanation is that this thing must be, like, shooting over the vibrations, because otherwise you wouldn't really be able to explain the motions. I've been trying to cook up a highly Tenebria Narja with Fortissimo. Ooh, you could be running into a couple issues, because I think the best way to do Fortissimo is to get all the cards in your hand and then activate them directly, which either involves Tenebria herself or maybe even something like a Rita. I mean, it's Yuki though. Exactly. It is Yuki though, indeed. But then again, hey, let's not say other characters are safe. I mean, Maribel Lobby exists. Right? And don't forget, there is a certain someone watching with a hat. And I don't think I've seen this hat before anywhere. Maybe it's gonna be like a future character. Maybe like they're going to explain to us what this might do, but I mean, who knows, right? Yuki usually is showing more skin than her lobby one. Might just be true. But yeah, I mean, Hot Spring, where would the connection be here? Who knows? But this is still a pretty cute lobby. I think they've done a really good job introducing these lobbies to the people that didn't have them. Wait. What happens if we play the... only certain units have this play button. Or what? Or is it only the ones you have selected? No, there's no way that it's just Ray, right? Oh, it might just be just her. Now that's interesting. Oh, I'd have to do Omega, the phone thing. The play button is on 15 friendship. Oh, it's on 15 friendship? I should really work on my Serenial friendship then. Fuck. Yeah. I have my top secret gem storage. Whenever I'm going to go whenever I have some hard times, that's what this is for. This is my top secret gem storage. This is like 1,500 gems worth of Omni chat messages. Hypersummon Basin. Yeah, I always do my Hyperspace Basin like a day before the character's banner ends. Or better said, before the next one starts. You haven't seen the Serenia cutscene? I mean, we've all seen the shorts, so like I'm quite certain I know what to expect. So that wouldn't really be the thing. Okay. But yeah. I think we did what we needed to do. We cooked with these decks. Okay, somebody wanted to see the decks first, right? Or the final decks we came up with. So let me show them to you. So we have double soundcheck, music start Arpeggio, spotlight treated as a common card 4 times, a call and response that retains and stays in our hand, a encore that is 0 cost and adds 1 hit and decreases cost by 1, and a photo time. And yes, I am not going to take photo time out, not yet at least. And yeah, then we have a persona of Obsidian at discards to plus 60. We have a when ally action count increases plus 100, and when action count increases plus 100. Our gear is not the greatest, right? Our Tenebria gear here is not the greatest, but at least we have a buy 30 chest on Cloak of the Heart. Like, you could work on the gear a bit, sure, but hey, at least our memory fragments are sweet, with 64.2 crit rate, on 31% passion damage, on 837 attack, on 209 crit damage. And then we have Cassius. Cassius, it's the same as you're always used to. It is the... Let me look at this potential. Yep. It's the same 3 devil dice cost reduction with morale. A shuffle that we can always swap into whatever we want. This one here is for like the Heightmary Big Boom. A dice trick with 1 morale. A Popeye Popper with a morale. A Joker. And then the Persona. And then a couple of, yeah, upgrade perks here, I guess. And then Ray. Ray has 2 basics. A Strike of Darkness at 0 cost and draw 1. A Strike of Darkness at 0 cost 150. A 80% basic attack 1. A Resonating Darkness at 40 to 1 cost or lower. A Snack Time at draw 2. A Attack exclamation mark at gain 1 AP. And gain 1 morale 3 times. And that's it. That is it. Alternating persona of discard feats. We hit the draw 1, yes. You just do the draw 1 and stay. Like, the most important part is not the discarding one. The most important part is the fact that you get the buy 60. So the other persona would look. I prefer the plus 60, but I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I'm just gonna show you anyway. I know I have it here somewhere. One of these should have. I think it was the one where I got like a bunch of draw put together. Here, this one. Draw 1 and then you just do by 60. You know what? I'm not refarming my Ray deck. I'm gonna wait for an orb to add common card to decks. You don't need to go that far. You don't need to add attack exclamation mark. It just makes the rotation a bit smoother depending on how you look at it. But no, the most important part about Ray, the core, right? The Ray core is going to be is just, I mean, like if we wanted to make it like really simple, it would look like this. You get the plus 50, the 80, the 0 cost draw 100, and then you get whatever version here, you get the 40 here, and then maybe if you're funny, you get like the damage boost persona. But I'd rather, you could also just keep it out, right? And then here, Torture Toolbox is sweet because it just increases action count without you having to do anything. And then Corrupted Gauntlet, and if you can find anything like that, sure, but not that needed, not that necessary. You hate this game. Oh. I did a Tenebria deck run and finally got the gun and not the discard persona until the very last node. I hate this game. Then you shouldn't have taken the persona, but there ain't no way. You mean you weren't able to... But no. Ain't no way during an entire run with like 10 persona encounters did you not for once see the discard up to 2 for each discarded plus 60. If you add 1, like you always get 1 and then you get 3 refreshes and there's only like what, 8 different ones. Let me see. Nah, that just sounds outrageous. Like, let's see. How many personas does she have? Okay, there's 9 different ones available to her, but you must have done like 40 refreshes. Seeing it only once and then at the very end, that seems very unlikely. Huh? Maybe you should have just taken the draw 1. That probably would have been better. But no. Yeah, ouch. Ouch. What do you think of this? I'll have a look. I'll have a look. Copy. Oh, that's a big picture. What is this deck? Okay, so we have 180 save data. Okay, straight off, getting a Divine on Music Start doesn't do much for you because you'll only ever play this card 1 time. So, usually you don't want a Divine on Music Start, right? I mean, okay, okay, your idea was just to get as many different Divines as possible, or what? Like, attack weakness, damage increase, tenacity increase, vulnerability, draw a common card, gain AP, 2 gear bags. Like, was this... This is trash? No. It is not trash. It's still a fine deck. I mean, he has the 2 cost, select and move Epiphany 3 times. We have an Encore with the decrease cost at 1 hit. Okay, then again, the decrease cost Encore doesn't really make the most for a Spotlight. That is true. Like for the 2 cost Spotlight, right? But the Epiphanies aren't that bad. It's more about just the Divines being funky. It is unique, indeed. It is unique. It is a unique deck. The morale in the upgrade 1 is good. It's irrelevant. And if it's irrelevant if you play Arpeggio, pretty good if you play any of the other of her versions. Oh, also, Echo Jin, if you're still here, I'm so sorry that I missed the tier 1. My fault. All right, because a lot of you like me to do that. How about we do a badge check? Why not? Let's see how many of you already have the Tenebria launch badge, or maybe even all good, hey, or maybe even the Tenebria launch plus badge, you know, for the really fancy ones of you. And then I'm gonna see if I get myself some food, and then we're gonna turn this deck into a video, and then we're gonna publish it, and everybody's gonna be very happy. Yay! Let's see. Hey, we got a Tenebria launch badge. Literal yikes. Big money moves. What is this even? Lil U Rabies. Ah. Hey, look at this. 6-month subscriber badge. Jeez. Tenebria launch plus badge. Jeez. Hey, Adelheid launch. Adelheid plus launch. Let's go. How do you display the badges? You can change it in the settings somewhere. I don't know. Clap. Very happy for you. But yeah, you are indeed clapping. Good shit. Oh, brick wall, this is it? Nah, probably not. Alright. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Been a pleasure. We had a fun few hours. Oh, 7:17 p.m. It's been a while again, hasn't it? 5 hours. Oh, shit-o. It's alright. We're gonna turn it into a proper video. I'm gonna show some people how to do it. Life's gonna be fine. Life's gonna be fun. And I'm gonna get myself some food at some point as well. Appreciate you tuning in. Peace.